We are on air. Good afternoon to all the audience, to all the participants that are joining the second international meeting of interdisciplinary studies on modern and contemporary artistic materiality. Here I am with Diana Wechsler. She's the director of the Art and Culture Institute, Research Institute at UNTREF. I will be giving her the floor for these opening remarks. Hello, thank you, Gabriela. Good afternoon. Good afternoon or good evening, depending on your location around the world. And I'd like to welcome you all. I will especially welcome those that are joining us at UNTREF for the first time. Of course, this is a different modality. It's quite an immaterial modality, but it is UNTREF in the end. So I'll welcome on behalf of the university those who are UNTREF first comers from a rich area, that of culture and art, an area that has a unique feature, that of incubating within the university, not just projects, undergraduate programs, graduate programs, research studies, and museums that incubate projects that are related to research and investigation in social sciences and humanities, but also investigation and development in artistic production. And this unique feature, this uniqueness that we carry out in our university that materializes in the format of this investigation institute has at Centro Materia, that is run by Gabriela, that has been up and running for 6 years now, has materialized quite interestingly. And this is what shapes up the mixture that we find in each of the panel sessions and the members that will be presenting in this session. So it is my pleasure to be sharing these opening remarks with all of you. I'd like to thank colleagues who are located in Europe. I'd like to thank them because they have chosen to participate even when there is no bonus track, meaning the possibility to travel abroad, come and meet in person and share other experiences. These, of course, are part and parcel of our academic meetings, and these, for the time being, are forbidden or delayed, so to speak. Nonetheless, you have accepted our invitation, and it is very important for us to be able to give continuity to something that has been carried out very carefully from the Investigation Institute, from Centro Materia. So I'd like to thank Thea and Christian and all the colleagues that will be taking the floor in the next few sessions for being part of this and for enriching our discussion. I'd like to thank those people that have chosen to follow up us on YouTube and the two channels, both Spanish and English. Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Thank you for your opening remarks. As was the case in the first meeting that we had in 2015, our purpose, our goal here is to discuss and reflect upon on the various ways that materiality expresses itself in modern art and in contemporary art. And I would say it's a matter of thinking about this material dimension that involves a number of various corners from different looks, from that of the one that conducts restoration work, the chemist, the museologist, artists, curators. Several of the panel sessions will have all these perspectives. They will share all these perspectives. And I was thinking today how paradoxical that is. In this materiality meeting, we are amidst this virtual world that this pandemic has gotten us used to by this point already. But at the same time, this immateriality that can be evidenced by this link that or this bond that we are having, we are almost forced to connect with one another in this way. But in a way, this shows that something that is not human and I am then recalling reflections that Bruno Latour offered on the subject matter, on objects and actors, the human and the non-human. And here, this involves the material dimension. To what an extent the non-human side of things, in this case a virus, has an impact on human bodies and on other bodies, in this case the bodies of art. So we think about how today we are going about from the side of conservation and chemistry to take action on objects that are not readily available, unlike they were at some point in time before. So part of the discussions we'll be having in the next few days will move down this trail. Subject matters such as materialization of art and its connection to tangible and intangible and conceptual, materiality and avant-garde, reflections on photography, materiality and conservation, materiality in curatorial discourses, materiality and the physical and chemical aspects, and the way we conduct research on this from all these perspectives. These are some of the subject matters that we will be discussing both today and tomorrow. I'd like to thank Treff for supporting us in this true crusade. It ended up being a true crusade because we decided to go about this in a virtual manner, and I hope we come to destination successfully. So within UNTREF, I'd like to thank the Institute of Art and Culture Investigations that is run by Diana and Centro Materia, and all areas and other areas of UNTREF that have contributed so that this event, this virtual event, an international one, will materialize. And I'd also like to thank the contribute we count on, thanks to CONICET and the National Agency of Scientific Promotion. So without any further ado, I'd like to then welcome you all in formally open the event and give the floor to our keynote speaker that will be introduced my colleague and co-director of Centro Materia, Dr. Marta Mayer. Thank you.
Bueno. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to you all. It is my pleasure and my privilege to introduce you to Thea van Ossen and her opening address. And I'd like to say that all of you that may have questions during Thea's conference can always write them down on the YouTube chat, or else send an email to virtualconference@utref.edu.ar. I will be receiving questions in order to ask them towards the end of the conference. I've known Thea from several scientific events before, when the modality was that of being present. So it is my honor to be able to introduce her. She got started in 1975. Her activities as a scientist specialized in conservation started in the Lab for Objects of Art and Science in the Netherlands, an institution that since 2011 has become the Agency of Cultural Heritage for the Netherlands. Between 1980 and 1987, Thea had a master's degree in analytical chemistry in the Amsterdam University, and she got involved by delivering courses on the science of conservation at the Rijpaard Academy in Amsterdam as part of the museology program under that institution. In 1988, she joined again the Agency of Cultural Heritage of the Netherlands under the Department of Conservation Investigation, where in 1989 she conducted a program of research on plastics. Ever since, she devoted herself actively to the application of analytical techniques such as infrared spectroscopy, sweeping calorimetry, and gamma spectroscopy for the study of plastics in modern and contemporary art pieces and in designer objects. She has lectured on several courses, workshops, and conferences on her subjects of interest in the Netherlands and elsewhere in the world. And she became a member of research projects funded by the European Union and the industry. One of these projects got developed between 2008 and 2012, Pop Art. This gave rise to the publication of this book, Preservation of Plastic Artifacts, Mission Collections in 2012. She's authored several papers in scientific journals and chapters on books such as Modern Art and Plastics Collecting and Conserving. One of her areas of research was the consolidation of polyurethane foams. And in 2011, she published a book, Four Facts, referring to the conservation of polyurethane foam in art and design. Since 1993, she's been an active participant of a member of the Conservation Committee of ICOM, the International Council of Museums, and between 1999 and 2005, she coordinated this group. In 2001, she organized in Cologne, together with the University of Applied Arts, a very successful meeting that gave rise to the book being published, Plastics in Art. Between 2005 and 2008, she was a member of the board of directors of the Conservation Committee. And in 2011, she retired, but she remains active because she currently is an associated investigator in the University of Amsterdam, an independent consultant on plastic research and the conservation of modern and contemporary art. Additionally to that, she continues very actively working, communicating her knowledge on plastics in workshops that have been organized for professional development of people doing conservation in different institutions and universities, both in the Netherlands and abroad. In 2016, she was an investigator invited at the Goethe Conservation Institute, and as a result of her stay in 2021, her book will get published on the physical properties of plastics, and this will be part of the publications by this editorial house. We will be privileged to listen to her Is Plastic Fantastic? A History Behind Plastics in 45 minutes. Tia, the floor is yours. We are all ears.
Um, well, thank you. Firstly, I want to thank you, Gabriela, for your kind invitation to present on this second international meeting of interdisciplinary studies on modern and contemporary artistic materiality, and you, Marta, for your kind introduction. I'm glad that I can present my talk, but sad I could not come and see you all in person, but we all know why. My presentation with the title Is Plastic Fantastic? A Story of Plastics in 45 minutes can only be a glimpse of the great, exciting world of plastic, but it might provide you an insight into this material that surrounds us all. My presentation is divided into 5 parts. Firstly, the presence of plastics in our daily life and in museum collections. What are plastics and how are they manufactured? A short history of plastics and some early examples of plastic artworks, And I will show examples of degradation of the most vulnerable plastics. And will end my presentation with 2 examples of conservation research into plastics used in modern and contemporary artworks and the dissemination of knowledge about plastics conservation. The modern world is made of plastic, and the story of plastics is the story of industrial and social development of the 20th and 21st century environment. Since the 1970s, plastics are said to have been the material with the most uses in the world, and plastics are so intertwined in our daily life in telecommunication, transport, aviation, clothing, medical devices, household items, that a life without this material is hard to imagine. None of the advances in domestic, industrial, commercial, or design could have been achieved without using plastics. I think this slide speaks for itself. What is plastic so fantastic? The success and dominance of plastic starting in the early 20th century and the abundant use led to environmental concerns. After being discarded as trash, plastic's slow decomposition rates due to its composition of very large molecules has led to the big pollution in landscape and as plastic soup in our oceans. Not only in the environment you can find plastics, but almost every museum has plastics in their collections, and the amount will only increase over the years. Plastics can be found in modern and contemporary art collections. Some examples are shown here. And also in installation art, with the beautiful installation by Madeleine Berghamer and Ines Toneve. We can find plastics in fashion collections, textile collections, furniture collections with these beautiful chairs, science collections, applied art collections with the beautiful jewelry, and as outdoor sculptures. But what to think about time-based media art, photographic collections, modern paints, adhesives, and consolidants? Welcome in the world of plastics in collections. But what are plastics? Plastics are known as polymers. But what are polymers? Polymers consist of long chains made by the linking of small building blocks called monomers. Monomers have double bonds and can be opened by catalyst or high temperature and pressure. The double bond is represented here on the slide by the hands of Mickey Mouse. The process of bonding monomers together to form polymers is called polymerization. You can see Mickey Mouse on the right side with their hands bonded to each other. When the formed polymer chains are not connected to each other and can slither around just like boiled spaghetti in a pan, they represent thermoplastics. Thermoplastics have the property of being heated, molded, and melted again, just like chocolate, which can be formed and reformed. When the polymer chains are interconnected and, or chemically speaking, cross-linked with another, they are called thermosets. Thermosets can just only be molded once, and that cannot be undone without destroying the plastic. Just like a cookie, it can also be baked once. Thermosets are tough and temperature resistant.
Tía,
Yeah.
¿me podés? Tía, discúlpame, no estamos viendo la presentación.
Tia, I'm sorry, we're not getting your PowerPoint. You need to share your PowerPoint, otherwise we can't see. It's a pity, we can't see your slides.
Oh, sorry, this is screen share. Are you there now?
Sí, ahora sí, a ver, poné la primera transparencia, por
Can you
favor.
see me now? No?
Yes, can you go to the first slide?
Oh, sorry. Okay, this is the first slide.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Gracias,
Can you
gracias.
I could not see you anywhere, and I thought this is going wrong. Okay, thank you for calling back.
Perfecto, gracias.
Can I start again?
Nada.
Okay.
Sí, continúa, por favor.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for warning me. And then again, Firstly, I want to thank you very much, Gabriele, for your kind invitation to present on the second international meeting of interdisciplinary studies on modern and contemporary artistic materiality, and you, Marta, for your kind introduction. I'm glad that I can present my talk, but said I could not come and see you all in person, but we all know why. My presentation, with the title, is Plastic Fantastic, the story of plastics in 45 minutes, can only be a glimpse of the great, exciting world of plastics, but might give you an insight into the material that surrounds us all. My presentation is divided into 5 parts. Firstly, the presence of plastics in our daily life and in museum collections. Secondly, what are plastics and how are they manufactured? Then a short history of the highlights of plastic, the first artworks of plastic, and the degradation of plastic. And I will end my presentation with 2 examples of conservation research into plastics used in modern and contemporary art, and the dissemination of knowledge about plastics conservation. The modern world is made of plastic, and the story of plastics is the story of industrial and social development of the 20th and 21st century environment. Since the 1970s, plastic are said to have been the material with the most uses in the world. And plastics are so intertwined in our daily life, in telecommunication, in transport, aviation, clothing, medical devices, household items, and so on, that a life without this material is hard to imagine. None of the advances in domestic, industrial, commercial, or design could have been achieved without using plastic. I think this slide will speak for itself. But is plastic so fantastic? The success and dominance of plastic starting in the 20th century and the abundant use led to environmental concerns. After being discarded as trash, plastic's slow decomposition rates due to its composition of very large molecules has led to the big pollution in landscapes and as plastic soup in our oceans. Not only in the environment you can find plastics, but almost every museum has plastics in their collection, and the amount will only increase over the years. Plastics can be found in modern and contemporary art collections. Some examples are shown here, and they have to say they are most colorful and lively. We can find plastics in installation art. Look at those beautiful installations of Madeleine Berghamer, Celeronade, van Iternational, and some Dutch installation. And we can find them in fashion collections, in textile, in furniture collections, chairs, and in science collections. And not to speak about applied art collections with the beautiful jewelry and as outdoor sculptures. But what to think about time-based media art, photographic collection, ethnographic materials, modern paints, adhesives, and consolidants? Welcome in the world of plastics in collections. But what are plastics? Plastics are known as polymers. But what are polymers? Polymers consist of long chains made by linking small molecules, called monomers, together, and they have double bonds in the structure, here represented by Mickey Mouse and the double bond. They can be opened by catalysts and high temperature and pressure, and then the double bond opens, and this process is called polymerization, and you can see here represented Mickey Mouse is connected on their hands together. When the formed polymer are not connected to each other and can slither around just like boiled spaghetti in a pan, they represent thermoplastics. Thermoplastics have the property of being heated, molded, and melted again, just like chocolate, which can be formed and reformed. When the polymer chains are interconnected, or chemically speaking, cross-linked with another, they are called thermosets. Thermosets can only be molded once, and they cannot be undone without destroying the plastic, just like a cookie, which can also be baked once. Thermosets are tough and temperature resistant. When the polymer chains are partially connected to each other, the material are called elastomers or rubbers, and they have the unique property of elasticity. They can be stretched till a certain length, and after removing the stretch, they return to their original length, like gummy bears. This division into three types, thermoplastics, elastomers, and thermosets, is very important for understanding the physical and chemical properties and so the behavior of plastics. Polymers have been with us since the beginning of time. Natural polymers include shellac, tortoiseshell, horn, as well as the tree saps that produce amber and latex. Eventually, during the 1800s, chemists learned to improve the properties of natural polymers by chemically modify them to produce many materials. Firstly, semi-synthetic early plastics, such as cellulosic esters, and from 1907, fully synthetic plastics were developed. And there are bakelite, melamine, and polyplastic as examples. Towards the end of the 20th century, one was aware that the fact that fossil feedstock one day would come to an end, this problem was met with efforts towards recycling or fossil-based material and the development of bio-based and biodegradable feedstock. Bio-based plastics are made from monomers that are renewable sources, so as starch and corn and palm oil. Biodegradable plastics can be derived from fossil-based or bio-based or renewable monomers. Concerning conservation issues, biodegradable plastics can be regarded to have the same conservation issues as paper, also a biodegradable polymer. To get to know plastics, as with other materials, it's easier to remember them if you know them by groups or families, as you can see on this slide, with their chemical abbreviation. Here the plastics are divided in thermoplastics, thermosets, and elastomers, with the polymer chains recognizable, how they are bound to each other, giving specific properties. So understand the families, you understand plastics. Moreover, to distinguish plastics, it's helpful to know that some groups of plastics are not expensive and used to make household items. Some are more durable and more expensive, and they are called engineering plastics. Some are extremely durable and very expensive and are used in high-performance applications such as aviation. On this slide, you can see the commodity plastics such as polyethylene, polypropylene, and polystyrene on the left. In the middle, the group of engineering plastics, of which perspex and nylon are part, and on the right, the high-performance plastics such as Teflon. Actually, plastics and synthetic rubber materials have been developed between the First and the Second World War. Most of the plastics were only used in war industry, but after 1945, the new plastics had been developed, entered the consumer mainstream in a flood. Plastics are polymers with additives which help processing plastics objects. There are additives that change the surface quality of the plastics and additives that improve the longevity of plastic, such as antioxidants for protecting plastic to the influence of the environment and light and UV radiation. Some additives give more strength to plastic, to name some of the many used. Since the 19th century, manufacturing processes were developed to process plastic objects to improve their performance and reduce costs. These new techniques, such as extruding, injection molding, blow molding, made it possible to produce objects continuously in enormous quantities during 24 hours. Consumers actually adopted enthusiastically the endless range of colorful, cheap, and durable products. And after 1945, the polyplastic century started. Manufacturing thermosets differ a bit from thermoplastics because they are objects that are made one by one or several in a mold, by casting or continuously by producing foaming blocks. Additive manufacturing, or commonly named 3D printing or 3D rapid prototyping, are processes based on the principle of building parts additively layer by layer. This is a very different approach than manufacturing parts compared with the traditional methods of molding and casting. It's now also called the fourth industrial revolution because it goes very, very fast with this technique. Additive manufacturing is used to the manufacture of industrial design and architecture, engineering, construction, automotive, aerospace, dental and medical care, educational tools, and consumer products like jewelry, fashion, and footwear. Some examples of reframing objects here to be seen are the Solid 2 chair by Patrick Jouin, the Snotty Vase by Marcel Wanders, and the Miss Piggy ring by Ted Norton, all in the permanent collection of the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. 3D printing objects will turn up more and more in our daily life and in museum collections. How this object will behave in the future has yet to be established. The history of plastics, dating from 1862, with the discovery of cellulose nitrate, celluloid, marked the start of plastics production. Information of production dates and new discoveries are mentioned on various data sheets and sites, but this one from the British Plastic Federation gives a good overview. The Englishman Alexander Parkes, a little bit history. The Englishman Alexander Parkes developed a synthetic ivory substitution under the name Parkersine in 1862. It was made from cellulose treated with nitric acid and a solvent. John Wesley Hyatt in America named his invention of cellulose nitrate celluloid, which was introduced in 1869. Celluloid proved extremely versatile, providing a non-expensive and attractive replacement for the expensive and exclusive materials such as ivory, tortoise shell, and horn. Here on the screen, celluloid combs became fashionable and are now jewel-like museum pieces. Such pretty combs were no longer only for the rich. The only disadvantage of celluloid was the easy burning. And when Hendrik Bekeland, a Belgian chemist in 1907, found that mixtures of two monomers, phenol and formaldehyde, when mixed together and heated, formed a sticky mass, he mixed the resinous materials wood flour and other fillers such as asbestos, and he named it Bekeland and patented the invention in 1907. Bakelite was not expensive, as strong and durable, and it was molded into radios, telephones, clock, billiard balls, and toys. Bakelite was a big success, used and the starting point of further plastic developments. Catalin Corporation began manufacturing Catalin plastics in 1927, using a different process than Bakeland, allowing a wider range of coloring. Catalin napkin holders, jewelry, and the famous Vada radios, at that time not expensive, are now worth more than $2,000. The development of the not so easy burning cellulose acetate took some time. Finding the proper mixture of plasticizers, but then finally the safety film made of cellulose acetate replacing the celluloid films was introduced in 1927. Cellulose acetate became a very popular material, and the famous Villardi and Maxim manufacturers brought these wonderful handbags on the market. Not only in cellulose acetate, but also in plexiglass purse bags. Two of the first artists working with plastics were Naam Gabal and Antoine Presner. They discovered how to work with the cellulose acetate and nitrate. They bend it into the desired shapes already in the years 1916-1923. One of another highlights is polyvinyl chloride, PVC. In its polymerized form, it is rigid, stiff and strong and heat and weather resistant. It is used for making plumbing supplies, gutters, house siding, and so on. PVC can also be made flexible by adding a plasticizer. And in this form, it is used in shrink wrap, food packaging, and rain gear. Some examples are this vintage inflatable chair designed in 1967, Barbie dolls made by Mattel since 1959, and this Zeppelin made in 1969 by Panamarenko, a Belgian artist. An important plastic was polyethylene, discovered in 1933 by ICI. Polyethylene is cheap, flexible, durable, and chemical resistant. Low-density polyethylene is used to make packaging materials, while high-density polyethylene is used for containers. One of the most visible parts of this polyethylene invasion was Earl Tupper's Tupperware, a complete line of sealable polyethylene food containers that Tupper cleverly promoted through a network of housewives who sold Tupperware since the 1950s. In 1934, American, British, and German companies were producing polymethyl methacrylate, PMMA, better known as acrylic. Acrylics are now well known for their use in paints and synthetic fibers, such as fake furs. PMMA is extremely hard and more transparent than glass, and therefore is sold as glass replacement under the name such as plexiglass, lucite, and perspex. Relardi handbags, here again, are world famous and high priced at vintage objects. But plexiglass was not only for handbags, as you can see on this car and guitar. Moholy-Nagy and Naum Gabot were the first artists working with cellulose nitrate, acetate, and plexiglass, already from the beginning of the discovery of these plastics. Moholy-Nagy was the first to use the concept of light and shadow using plexiglass. Lourdes Castro, a famous artist in Portugal, and Mootto in Italy, both also used plexiglass for the visualization of the concept of this light and shadow using the transparency of plastic. Composites using unsaturated polyester as a matrix include fiberglass as the structural element. Glass fiber reinforced unsaturated polyester, sometimes called GRP, is used to build sport boats, mobile homes, and chairs. As did the Finnish architect Matti Suuronen for his Futuros spaceship homes in the 1970s, and Joep van Lieshout in a mobile home for Kröller-Müller in the Netherlands Museum in 1996. Plastic outdoor sculptures need special care and maintenance. Various conferences have been held highlighting problems and solutions. And why is this? Because unsaturated polyesters and glass fiber reinforced polyesters can be made by industry as well as by artists. Unsaturated polyesters can be bought as prepolymer in a can. The artist had to mix the prepolymer with a catalyst, a material that starts the polymerization, and the process of polymerization takes place, resulting in a thermosetting plastic. But manufacturing polyester in a factory with every day the same amount of monomers give good, reliable polymers. But when mixing by an artist with the catalyst by the artist, gives random results of the polymers, resulting in less stable polymers. Polyurethane, discovered in 1937, can be found in coatings, adhesives, elastomers, and as soft and rigid foams. Soft foams were used for upholstery in chairs and for mattresses in the 1960s. It is also known as a component as the fiber spandex, well known as elastic component in swimming and running clothes. Per elastomers, rubbers, can range from a very flexible material to very rigid ones. Some of the polyurethane elastomers only have a surface life of less than 5 years. So we come to degradation. Compared to other materials, plastic display properties that are unique and have contributed to the quality of life nowadays. However, the quality of plastics with regard to durability is not what museums wish for. Plastics degrade. Not all plastic degrades in the same time frame. Some plastics degrade fast, but others degrade slow. But what we do know is that plastics are degraded by the following agents: UV radiation, daylight, sunlight, oxygen, ozone, moisture, water, temperature, mechanical force, and chemicals. That results in changes and loss in strength and toughness, the breaking the polymer bonds. Cross-linking leads to hardening, brittleness, and change in solubility. Development of chromophoric groups leading to color formation, we say yellowing. Development of polymer groups such as carbonyl groups in polyolefins and changes the chemical activity. So a lot is happening when all these agents are working together one by one. Over the years, curators and conservators and scientists have been confronted with objects that show signs of decay: blooming, cracking, discoloration, warping, oozing out plasticizers in the form of droplets or solid materials, giving up acidic vapors, nitric vapors, and so on. Cellulose acetate and cellulose nitrate, polyvinyl chloride, and polyurethane are four of the most vulnerable plastics. These cellulose acetate handles, as well as this cellulose nitrate serving tray, degraded due to wrong environmental conditions and handling within 30 years. The degradation phenomenon of polyvinyl chloride is to be seen as discoloration from yellow to brown-black and loss of plasticizer. When it has no plasticizer, it's rigid. When plasticizer, it's flexible. But when it loses plasticizer, it's becoming hard and brittle again. And the plasticizer is a material that is not bound to the polymer chains, but acts as a lubricant between the polymer chains. Plasticizers therefore can ooze out of the plastic and leave the plastic stiff, rigid, and hard and brittle, just like water, which is the plasticizer for cheese, and when oozed out, leave cheese hard and brittle. Sometimes we see different degradation phenomena in a polymer family. This is the result of different degradation processes due to chemical composition of the polymer. On this slide, the main degradation process of polyurethane per. You can see it's the oxidation of the polyurethane ether and the hydrolysis of the polyurethane ester. And it's the same family, the polyurethane. Here you can see the degradation of the foam, polyurethane foam, and the degradation of the elastomer polymer, polyurethane. The question arises, how should we handle plastics in collections? Can we identify plastics or different types of plastic? Do we recognize failures? And how to conserve them? Many of us are not familiar with this relatively young material, so research and education is needed. This research setup is called the object in context, is represented in this overview, with actors and actions, which are all needed for a successful treatment of the object, such as the research into the physical and chemical aspects of the plastics, the material, research into conservation methods which can be used, research into the artist's intent and the meaning of materials in artwork, and research into function and presentation of the work of art. So all these four groups is needed for a successful conservation of a work of art. A special approach which works very well for the Dutch conservators in the Dutch modern art museums is the cooperation with various stakeholders. Since 2006, on the basis of case studies delivered by the Dutch Modern and Contemporary Art Museum and the Foundation for the Conservation of Contemporary Art, the SBMK, and the Cultural Heritage of the Netherlands, RCE, special days about plastics were organized. The theoretical part of special days is always presented by a RCE researcher or a specialist from the industry, or an artist from the Netherlands or abroad. During those days, the process the making process of object of a specific plastic is researched, the degradation phenomena, the main agents on the degradation is discussed, possibility for curative and preventive conservation are discussed, and the actual state of conservation is established. Visits to companies and artist studios is also included. So special days of plastics were organized in every year too. So plastic days, and we named some examples. Polyurethane foams were examined and studied. The problems were investigated. It was done with nylon. It was done with rigid and flexible foams, nylon, perspex, and green plastics, to name some. And the next slides showed some examples of these plastic days. A special day of polyurethane, rigid and flexible foams. Problems with polyurethane will be highlighted later in this presentation. A special day, I was a little bit too fast. A special day of nylon was held and is here illustrated by the installation art of Madeleine Berghamer in Rotterdam, exhibited in the restaurant of the Netherlands Architectural Institute. A 3D printed nylon dress of Iris van Helpen from the fashion collection of the Centraal Museum in Utrecht and Cellule Nave by Ernesto Neto of the Brazilian artist Ernesto Neto, part of the collection of Boijmans van Beuning in Rotterdam, was examined. Conservation research should always consist of studying degradation phenomena, developing conservation techniques, making mock-ups and testing materials for conservation using various analytical techniques. So here are some degradation phenomena, development of conservation method, testing materials for conservation, and using the various analytical techniques. One of the questions, the first questions one has to establish when research starts is a proper identification of the used materials of an artwork. This can be done using the following steps here to be seen on the screen. So the chronology, when was the plastic first produced, the style of an object, the production method, trade name, appearance, stiffness, gloss, density, smell, odor, color, all can tell something about the identification of a plastic. And based on the steps of this former slide, the Cultural Heritage Agency and the Foundation for the Conservation of Modern and Contemporary Art, SBMK, started the Plastic Identification PIT tool project. 4 boxes with reference materials and testing equipment were developed, and a step-by-step approach was developed. This PIT tool is online and free to use, so you can take this and Google it and see it and get online, and is free to use. The boxes that are necessary to perform the proper identification can be bought. Unfortunately, the researchers that introduced this tool and boxes and teaches identification of plastic on the site cannot come nowadays to museums and other storage areas due to travel restrictions for COVID-19. A sophisticated identification of plastic is to apply a combination of analytical techniques. However, not many museums have access to these techniques. There is FTIR, pyrolysis GCNS to identify, the chemical degradation to study with chemoluminescent and SEM-EDX, and so on. A good approach is to analyze on site and directly have the result of the analysis, which is now possible using portable or transportable equipment. Even better is when non-invasive techniques such as fiber optics or Raman spectroscopy can be used. Also handy and useful is that when you have your reference materials and your reference object, and you can use and loan this reference collection of pop art, Samco collection. Well, besides the identification of plastic, the physical properties should be known, otherwise you don't know how to restore them. How hard is the plastic? How does this plastic behave under changes of relative humidity? How strong is it? And so on. On this slide, the water absorption of thermoplastics, thermosets, and elastomers, thermoplastics, thermosets, and elastomers is given. The higher the bar in the graph, the more water the plastic absorbs. And here you can see from the thermoplastics, the most absorbing plastics are cellulose acetate, cellulose nitrate, and nylon. As for thermosets, casein formaldehyde is the most absorbing plastic, and it's originated from milk, an organic feedstock that has the highest water absorption. This graph shows directly which plastic is vulnerable for water and relative humidity changes, which is important to know when objects have to be exposed under non-museum conditions. The impact strength of thermoplastic thermosets and elastomers is an indication of how much force a plastic can withstand when fall on the floor or hit with a hammer. The stronger thermoplastics are polycarbonate, here, and nylon. And I think we all know that. This is why expensive suitcases are made from polycarbonate. The strongest thermosetting plastics is unsaturated polyester, and it's even stronger if its strength is glass fibers or carbon or Kevlar. Elongation at break is the property of a plastic to indicate how much a plastic can be extended. Yeah, you can see that. Obvious that the rubber are mostly elongated without breaking, and polyethylene and polypropylene are good thermoplastic material that can withstand elongation. Try to tear a plastic grocery bag and you will find out it's very hard to break. When teared at first, it will get longer and longer. Hardness is a property that can differ enormously by the composition of the same plastic. An example here is the enormous variety in polyurethanes, soft and flexible, chewing gum, racquetball, and hard and stiff, hard hat, rubber caster, and soles. So, also between the various plastics, there's an enormous variety in hardness. So, to understand plastics, you have to identify them and you have to know how they behave, what are the physical and chemical properties. So I will end this presentation with two case studies. The first is the conservation of a PVC balloon, the Zeppelin, and the second one is the conservation of polyurethane foam. I choose those two examples because the research is ended in restoration, and at the end, the work of art is working again, is exhibited again. So it's the work of the research from the beginning to the end. So this PVC Zeppelin, it's the Aero Modeler 00PL, is made by the Belgian artist Panamarenko, who worked very hard all together in the research project. And it consists of three parts. It's a balloon with this 28 meters and 6.5 meters diameter. And it was made by adhering 15 large pieces of polyvinyl chloride film using a synthetic rubber adhesive. Secondly, there was this gondola underneath and made from cane. And the third part, a construction with servo engine propellers and some gas tanks. The various steps, and you see here the balloon was made, was at first exhibited in 1972 in Kassel. In 1980, it was acquired by the SMAK, the Stedelijk Museum Actuele Kunst in Ghent in Belgium. And then the last time it was exposed, it was in 2002, and then it collapsed and came down, and it was exhibited so many times, and it was on loan for so many times. And you see in the beginning it's nice, and at the end it had full of patches and repairs. But the various steps into the conservation and restoration of the plastics of the Zeppelin included analytical, technical research into the materials, to name some. What is the composition of the various PVC and the thicknesses? How many different adhesives were used and which were applied? Which type of adhesive should be used? Strengths, applicability, aging properties. And what is the composition of the used 3M tape for adhering the little tears? And what is the aging property of all those materials? The elasticity. So you can see here that a lot of questions and a lot of research had to be performed to come to a good solution. Here you can see that they opened the balloon and made some air bows inside so they could restore it from the inside and the outside. The key factor of a successful conservation research is the close cooperation between conservators and conservation scientists. The compatibility of the restoration tape, the 3M vinyl tape, it's kind of polyvinyl, but then polyvinyl acetate, polyvinyl chloride tape, and the PVC film was established using a test whereby the 4 pieces of cut in a special shape and different weights were hung at the bottom. The distance between 2 marks was measured in time and dimensions change of tape and PVC were compared. The results of tests showed that PVC film and the 3M tape, transparent vinyl tape 471, have nearly the same elongation, meaning their use is compatible. Experiments were conducted on new PVC for the inlays. The physical properties should match also. Therefore, tests to see the elongation at break was performed. Also, the to be used adhesive was tested on how quickly the incorporated solvent was evaporated, leaving no bubbles in the air in the seams of the joints of the PVC film. No solvent should remain in the joints after adhesion, because solvents will destroy PVC. Also, a specialist from adhesive company and from university were questions of how to use this, and not only the artist but also the industry was involved in this research project. The condition of some joints of the original PVC film was too poor to conserve, and here we see an example of one part that needed to be replaced by a new joint. So the old joint was removed and new tape or adhesive was applied. And also in some areas here, for instance, you can see the discoloration. The film has lost most of its plasticizer and the inlays had to be made. So for closing the tears and the holes, the 3M tape, here you can see that, was cut with round corners to avoid uneasily bending, and it's placed in the direction of the tear. The restoration took some time, 8 months, and it was fulfilled in 2005, and the balloon was exposed in the exhibition of Panomarenko's work in the Royal Museum of Fine Arts in Brussels in 2005. And you see here the balloon between the old artworks, shiny and in good condition. And if you want to read it, you can find it on ICOMCC article 2005. The second case study, it's immediate, almost known now, is the research in the conservation of Tsukaya. It was first another artwork by Gilardi, but Tsukaya was done as a second example. A nature carpet is this, made from polyurethane ether foam, and it was made by Piero Gilardi in 1991. And it represents melons, grass, zucchini, and some branches and leaves. Tsukaya was bought from the artist by the organizers of the Floriade, an agricultural trade fair in Zoetermeer, a town near The Hague, where the Floriade was held in 1992. The life of Tsukaya until it reaches the laboratory of RCE had many ups and downs. Interviewing the artist in 2000 and in 1991 was one of the key moments of the research to find the artist's intent, the materials, and how he worked. All steps from the beginning to the end of the research had been taken. You can see here in a nutshell how many things we had to take care of. Alas, it was obvious that daylight, and especially UV radiation, had degraded the perfoam. It was researched how fast the degradation takes place using artificially light aging experiments. Moreover, if the consolidant that was going to be used was successful for the future, artificial aging was a key topic in this research. Visible light and UV radiation enters the foam on one side, penetrating the foam in about 300 microns and leave it brittle as a result. You can see it on the surface. On the right, two photos. You see the cell struts of a polyurethane foam, and you see it not aged, and you see it aged. And you see when aged, the size of the cell strut not aged is 100 micron and aged it's 50 micron. So you see what happens. If you want to touch it, it cannot withstand this small side of the cell struts, and it will break. Here it's just flexible and strong. So what we want to do is an application method, a nebulizer, here a machine with the power and the air. And here you can see that from this inhalation from asthma patient, you can see that the inhalation material, the impregnation material, impregnil, and an antioxidant mixed together form the consolidant, and is just blown or misted like an air, nebulized onto the foam. And to make it visible, we colored it blue, and we can see the penetration was more than 300 micron. It was more than 5 millimeter. So it was enough. And here you can see the blue color that was on the cell struts. And you know that that applying this consolidate on art objects, we do not use this blue color. It was only an experiment to show the depth of the penetration. Well, testing the flexibility when consolidated and not consolidated, you can clearly see on these films. Here is non-consolidated, and when you touch the aged foam, it's brittle and it breaks. And you can see clearly it on this one, when it has to touch it, really break like biscuit. And when applied to consolidant, it's still flexible. And you can see even the brittle foam inside the new consolidant layer on top. So it worked, and that was happy because we are going to use it on the consolidate mode. We called it the sunblock on the installation of the, I'm sorry, go back, on installation. Firstly, we consolidated to Kaya with all the impregnating consolidant. Here is the way we did it. And we did it in 2008 and in 2017 after another couple of years, because the town hall had to find money and they had to build a new town hall. And at the end, it was exposed as the artist wanted it, that it was an artwork that you could play with, you could walk on it, but in museum conditions, we don't walk on artworks anymore. So it was under a glass plate, and you could see that you could see the artwork and you could walk on top of it. The key factor of success was again the intensive collaboration with the conservator and the scientist. Resources for the conservation of plastics, art and design are nowadays many books published on this topic. In the beginning, when we were looking for plastics and researching, there was nothing. And now there's an abundance of good books and good dissemination of various institutes and museums by conferences held, and famous for the is Future Talks. It is held every 2 years on the practical conservation restoration of modern art and design. And there are so many institutes that are holding days and conferences, and you have these books coming out of them. And that's good, because dissemination of knowledge is also performed by organizations and education institutes, which brings a rich environment of sources to our world. So that comes to the end of the question, is plastic fantastic? And I say it certainly is. But in conservation, it's necessary to do education in plastics conservation. And maybe it should be more time should be reserved for plastics theory at Conservation Training Institute, if we can advise artists, if possible, to use durable plastics for works of art and apply the correct preventive conservation in daily life. And it would benefit the world if we recycle, reuse, consume less packaging materials, and prevent plastic pollution. But we all know that it's a problem more complicated due to so many stakeholders with different perspectives and not to be discussed here. Anyway, I agree that there's a great future in plastics, as used to be said by Mr. McGuire to Ben Dustin Hoffman in the film already in 1967. And now many people already know this fragment of the film, The Graduate, but there was one word that was famous in this film, and that is only one word, and I will show you that.
Yes, one word. Yes, sir. Are you listening? Yes, sir. Yeah. Plastics. Exactly. How do you mean? There's a great future in plastics. Think about it. What do you think about it? Yes, sir. I've said.
Oh, thank you for listening to this presentation. Stop share.
Bueno. ¿Cambiamos? Bueno, Tea, muchísimas gracias por este paseo fantástico por el mundo de los plásticos.
Yeah, thank you so much for driving us through the world of plastic. It's a guided tour through plastic. Thank you so much. I have a question. In the case of polyurethane foams, in your experience, you've researched them, right? A work of art made of plastic and it's painted on it with some of the modern paint. Does the painting protect the foam from the environment and from the elements that you showed?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Marta. Yes, it will protect a bit the light entering the foam. But what we see is on the grass, and it was also painted, that still the foam is vulnerable for degradation. It crumbles. So when you have a thick layer of paint, for instance, on the polyurethane that is rigid, then you can have a thick layer of paint. Then it is not protected when it's protected when it's a thick layer. When it's a thin layer, it goes through because the paint, for instance, Gilardi uses the paint and the light goes also through it. So it doesn't help. But a thick layer, that will help. That we can see examples of polyurethane foam with a thick layer, it's good. But when the layer comes off because people take out a little bit pieces of it, then it's bad. And also on the polyurethane foam of Gilardi, when it was this rocks, and when you see, I have an example in the presentation that because of playing with the work of art of sitting on it, then when the paint comes off, then comes the degradation. So when a thin layer is not protecting, a thick layer, yes. And depending on the paint.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias. Acá nos llegó una pregunta para ti.
Thank you so much. We have a question from the audience. How do you set the dialogue between the chemists, the technicians, and the artists working with polymers? How did you set up that communication? Can you give us an example? Have you worked with an artist in connection with a scientist?
We have, and it was the installation art of Madeleine Berghamer. And she came to the laboratory and she saw the consolidation of the polyurethane foam. And she asked if we could find something to protect her nylon. They were panty stockings, to protect it from the light because it will also degrade. So sometimes they come to the laboratory and then we discuss if it's possible and research it. And the other two examples, it was Gilardi, and he was really interested in how we did it. And every time I sent emails and letters to him, what we were supposed to do. And then he agreed that we could do that and test it. And we had a close collaboration by mail, and we interviewed him twice. So that was that. And Panamarenko, the third example, that was a project, and it was the artist intent also involved. So he came several times to the conservation restoration process during the time that the conservators were working and replacing the bonds and the joints. He came and he said, "Oh, I like it when it's dark brown, and it should be, if you don't make it dark brown, you can make it with coffee or chocolate," whatever he was using it. It was telling that it was definitely should be dark brown, the patches. So he had influence on that. And sometimes when there's no artist anymore, you have to go into literature and see what was the intent of the artist. The other thing is that when we organized the special days of a plastic, we tried to find as much people that could interfere, like the industry, an artist, technician, all on one day. Only the artists didn't show up. They don't have time for this kind of thing. I was already happy with the industry and with universities, and conservators, technicians. So the artist is sometimes are very reachable and sometimes not.
Sí, muy interesante ese intercambio, ¿no? Con el artista.
A wonderful exchange with artists, I imagine. About the consolidant used to increase the flexibility of the foam. That adds flexibility to the foam, like adding transparency. And they ask, what consolidant did you use? Is the trade name on your slide? That name was there?
Yes, the trade name is on the slide, and it's also in the book, Perfects. That is, well, you can have it everywhere, I think. But it's a flexible polyurethane. So it was used by industry for coating leather and artificial leather. So it has a special kind of flexibility. And all the crumbs and crumbled foam, when you put a layer on the cell struts, even if they're crumbled, they stick together and the flexibility comes back. So that's what you saw on the films. When it was aged, it was really brittle. And when it was consolidated, you could do like this and stretch it again. So you look for the same property of the consolidant that has the original material. It has to be compatible. Otherwise, you cannot have a stiff material on a flexible one. So you choose a flexible one and see if the compatibility of the physical properties is the same, just like we did with the balloon. If you have a new PVC as inlays, it should be as elongation, because you know what they do during time. It goes, it creeps and it goes back. So you need the same physical properties. That's why I had 3 physical properties to explain.
Por eso la química tiene un papel muy importante.
That's why chemistry plays a key role in this, right? and physics to understand the material so that we are able to choose the right material, the one compatible with what it is that you want to restore. Another question
Yeah,
here.
I want to add to that the chemist is important, but the applicability of what you suggest is even important. Because if you advise something and the conservator said it's not workable, I cannot work with it because it doesn't work the way it should work, then it's not done. So that's why this close collaboration with the conservator and the scientist, that we both have the same influence on the consolidant.
Muy bien, parece hay mucho interés en la espuma de poliuretano.
Perfect. Everyone seems to be interested in the foam, polyurethane foam. How do you ensure that the consolidant penetrates deep into the work without overloading the outskirts, the surface, that is, that there's an even application of the consolidant?
Well, that's a good question. What we found out as a key factor is artificial aging. And when we artificially age a new foam, you can see that the light is coming from the outside going in, so 300 microns. So if you can protect 300 microns on a foam, then you're okay. So only penetrating for, say, 2 times, say 600 microns, then you're safe. So we penetrated a little bit more, but you cannot go with a consolidant further into a foam. That's impossible by nebulizing. If you soak it, yes, but you cannot soak an artwork in a consolidant. So you have to apply it on the outside, giving it a sunblock. Like you have a sunblock on your skin, you only need to protect it from the outside, and just deep enough for 100 years. And I impregnated for 1,000 years of exposure. So I did test, and I say, if I do it for 1 minute or I do it for 2 minutes, and then it's enough for 1,000 years of aging, and that's enough.
Muy bien. Bueno, y una última pregunta.
Wonderful. Last question. In the case of aqueous emulsions, the water that is not evaporated during application, does it act as a plastificant once the plasticizer once the painting is dry?
Yeah, what we do is, well, every time when you do something with a solvent, or water is also a solvent, you have to make sure that the emulsion is just water and isopropanol. It's a mixture. So isopropanol goes out easily, and water, it has to do something. It has to go out. So you leave the impregnation for several days just to evaporate the water. And that's it, because also you have a relative humidity in your environment, also in museum or your storage area or your restoration laboratory. There's always a relative humidity. So it gets an equilibrium with the water in the environment. So it will evaporate until it reaches the relative humidity also outside. So it doesn't stay inside, because we don't impregnate the cells itself. We only impregnate the cell struts. It doesn't go inside the openings. It's not a solid material. You saw it on the foam. It was just only by nebulizing, just a little covering of the cell struts and not the inside. So it's also not so much. It will just evaporate in a couple of days.
Bueno, muchas gracias por tu respuesta, muchas gracias por las preguntas.
Thank you so much for your answers, Thea, and thanks to the audience for the questions. It's been wonderful to hear you. It's a pity we cannot do this in person and maybe go grab a coffee afterwards, but this is still a very nice way of being connected and a way of sharing experience. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Y bueno, los invito al...
Great, thanks. So I now invite the audience to remain here in our meeting. We will have a round table. We'll talk about materials in contemporary materiality. Thanks for joining in this opening session.
We are on air. Good afternoon. Welcome to you all. This is the panel session called Transcendental and Ephemeral Materials in Contemporaneous Materiality. This is a panel session in the framework of the second International Meeting of Interdisciplinary Studies on Modern and Contemporary Artistic Materiality, organized by Centro Materia from Utrecht. I'd like to thank the invitation by Gabriela Siracusano and the university members as a moderator of this panel and those that are joining us today as well. I'll be introducing them individually as I'll give them the floor, but we have Mariela Jeregui, Jorge Laferla, Agustina Woodgate, and Christian Berger. All four guests have been doing research on theory and practice, some areas where art and technology come together from a number of different perspectives and from different artistic languages. But in all cases, beyond the different fields of discipline and studies, in all cases, they do pose open questions that are part of this problem that concerns the technological materiality. I don't want to take too long of the presentation so I can give way to the address of speakers. So I'll introduce the first speaker, Mariela Jeregui. She will be sharing with all of us her reflections around the ephemeral nature of technological materials, approaching a number of notions, such as the concepts of technological obsolescence and matter degradability, inter alia. I'll briefly introduce you to her, for those of you who don't know her. Well, even though she has a very significant and valuable role in UNTREF, because she's the director of the master's degree in electronic art. She has a PhD by the European Graduate School from Switzerland. She has a degree in arts from UBA. She has a degree from NERC, and she's got a master's degree in literature from the National Ivory Coast University. She has done installations, interventions in public spaces, video culture, and robotic installations. She's been awarded by prestigious awards, and her pieces have been featured in festivals and exhibitions in Argentina and elsewhere around the world. She has been a resident in the Hyper Media Studio in the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, in Canada, and in Metal, Barcelona, Spain, among other places. And she's the creator and the current director of the Master's Course of Electronic Art in UNTREF. We give the floor to Mariela.
Ahí está. Estás muteada, María, me parece.
Mariela, you have to unmute yourself. Good afternoon to you all. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for introducing me. Thank you for inviting me as well. It'll be my pleasure and my privilege to share some reflections with you. I will be sharing my screen now. I'm not muted now.
Ahí está.
Estoy escuchando doble el sonido.
I'm getting a feedback loop.
Estoy escuchando doble el sonido, con delay.
Sí, a ver si nos están escuchando. A mí me parece
What about people here? The hosts? We're having some delay and some feedback loop. Maybe Santiago? If the YouTube application in your end is open, you should be closing that. This is what we can say from our end. because here everything is good.
Ahí sí, ahí funciona.
Now we are on.
Bueno, como decía, muchas gracias.
So as I was saying, thank you so much. I know I don't have much time assigned. I'm only having 15 minutes available, so I'll try to be brief and summarize on a number of reflections about art and technology and the new materialities that play a role in the field of art and technology. In the last few days, we've had quite a lot of relevance. I mean, the discussion around what is the meaning of the Anthropocene. This has been remarkably more important. The global impact of human actions at a planetary scale on the environment, or Technocene, as is explained by Peter Slotherby, where he focuses a lot on this impact through technology. The reflection I'm trying to bring forward to you is that of thinking about the following: whether artists, contemporary artists, especially those working in the field of art and technology, are envisioning new ways and new ways to analyze things, not just in connection to materiality, but in connection to the pieces that they deploy, envisioning the possibility of a bryocene. That's how we should call it. But I'm particularly interested in briefly focusing on the following. Over the 20th century, many of the philosophers and scientists who nourished this field, where art and technology cross with one another, thought about the machine, a central figure in the creation of the field of technology and art, immerse in the territory of the living. Beginning on the first half of the 20th century, the living started to be thought as a model for the construction of machines. Quite briefly, so I should talk about the entire thinking of biologist and philosopher Jakob von Wexkull. He models the concept of wealth, that would be the environment. What he basically says is that what really matters are not forms or subjects, but the counterpoint between organism and the environment. His thought was very relevant both for artists, for biotechnical forms of Linagi. These are very much inspired and influenced by this thought, and philosophers such as Heidelberg, and more recently, so Adam Brang. We can also talk about Turing when he talks about the universal machine. These are machines that are made to think about the biology of the living. In Turing, there is a strong relation between the machine and the living. And John von Neumann, he is the one who introduces the concept of cellular and a mathematical model for computational physics for dynamic systems. This is a model in the shape of a cellular reticulum where each cell can change its condition based on the condition of the adjacent cells. This model is central for computational physics. As of the turn of the 20th century, and with cybernetics introduced by Neberg, this introduces the issue of feedback. This is something that technological artists have placed upon the scene, very strongly so in their pieces. For Wiener, connections, synaptic connections, are a bridge between the machine and the living. So the living is conceived of as a system, as an information network, where, as I was saying a while ago, there is reaction and feedback. One of the clear examples is in the piece by Hans Hacking, Chickens Hatching, dating back to 1969. This consists of a series of incubators with chicken eggs and a thermostat that would control the gestational level of the chicken. And in our local context, Victor Grippo and his well-known potatoes that generate an electric flow in a system that has feedback, as I was saying before. In the 20th century, and with a lot of influence for technological artists, the concept of anthropoiesis by Maturana and Varela, the Chilean scientists that talked about this in the 1970s. They refer to the self-organization principle. This concept is regained relevance in the 21st century, in the year 2000, in the field of computational architecture, and this is very well used by electronic artists. This quick introduction is in order to somehow talk about the fact that the field of the living is not alien to technological arts from the onset. The framework, the concept framework that shapes up this field of art and technology is somehow transverse by this thinking of the living from the very beginning. I'd like to talk about new materialities that happen in the field of the living today, in this crossing between art and technology. And I group them into three axes. These could be more than three. This is just my own classification. The first one are observable biosystems. They talk about systems which, from the field of art, deploy mechanisms and biological dynamics that can naturally be seen in the piece. The piece is therefore some sort of support for observing a number of biological phenomena. An example is Meta Bodies by Sonja Bommel and Manuel Selk. This is a general image of the piece. This consists of three series of Petri dishes. They have fingerprints coming from a hand. On the first series, we have hands after sports, the second are hands after sexual activity, and the third are hands after having a shower. So this talks about the communication of the body with the environment based on bacteria. What we see here are bacteria that evolve, that grow and proliferate over the course of the piece. And this also adds another element, the temporary dimension of nature, of the living beings in the framework of these pieces of art. I stated a while ago, and I'll repeat myself, this is framed in what I would call observable systems, bio-observable systems. The second category that I put forward is that of biomanipulation. When I talk about this, I talk about an intervention on the part of the artist based on technological tools in order to process or modify natural processes. Here, this is an example. The piece by Elaine Whitaker, Lungs of the Earth. This is a piece consisting of a number of petri dishes again. Each one of them contains maple leaves, leaves from the maple tree. These are decellularized leaves. They have been decellularized in the laboratory and they have been cultured with epithelial cells from human lungs. On this piece, we clearly see that notion I alluded to before, how processes can be manipulated. And the last category I'll be introducing is the one of co-creative practices. In this case, I'll borrow the term from one of the artists I'll be introducing, Ana Laura Cantera. As part of this group, I'm bringing 3 examples. These are pieces that were put together in our community, that is the local community, and also within the UNTREF academic community. When I talk about co-creation, and as I was saying a while ago, borrowing this denomination from Ana Laura Cantera, I'm talking about this piece as an environment that will facilitate ecosystems of their own. The first piece, the first one I'll be talking about is Copper Mirrors. That piece was created by Claudia Valente. This is a sculptural piece, and on the next view, we will see an overview of the sculpture in its own. And this, the shape, alludes to the growth of copper sulfide crystals. But in turn, these crystals are integrated to the piece and they grow around it and they grow inside the piece as well. Again, there is this idea of co-creation. The artist deploys a platform based on which natural phenomena evolve and follow their own course of action without any manipulation, unlike the previous case. You are left with just 1 minute. I'm sorry to remind you briefly. It's all right. And finally, the piece by Ana Laura Cantera, Balance Nests, from which I borrowed this concept of co-creation. It is a site-specific piece. It is an analog construction of nests, of termite nests. This is generated with clay together with organic matter. And based on these microbial fuel cells, clean energy can be extracted in order to generate light around the structure. Ana Laura also works very strongly so with biological materials. She has conducted research with yerba mate, with bioplastics based on mata leaves, with which she creates footwear, kombucha-based bioplastics. She has this very strong line of research, and many of these biological plastics are integrated as part of her piece. And the last piece I wanted to talk about is the one by Gabriela Munguia, Organic Spaces That Can Be Inhabited. And basically, so what this piece does, well, it is pretty complex actually, and there are several modules. One is printing out small sections in agar-agar, more small living spaces that build up small architectures. These are living spaces for bacteria. Bacteria, over the exhibition of the piece, grow, they proliferate and modify. They even modify the architectural structure that they contribute to generating. So in concluding, I wanted to highlight the following. Technological art many times is related to immaterial processes, whether codes or algorithms, or synthetic materialities that stem, that emerge from the industrial machinery as an imaginarium. This is truly so, but many other things happen alongside with it. It is necessary to notice that many streams of thought that happened over the 20th century enabled the space so that the natural and especially the living, which is what I am interested in, and this is highlighted by co-creative practices, the living will go through artistic practices. Some of it got installed in the exhibition that took place last year at the Pompidou Center, The Architectures of the Living. And this piece by Gabriela Munguia, precisely so, became part of the piece. Finally, and in concluding, I should say that fungi, bacteria, cells, microorganisms, natural processes in evolution, both when growing, when degrading, and whatnot, these are many of the elements that artists incorporate. And what this brings on the limelight is this counterpoint, organism slash environment, that I referred to with Wexco. And under the current scenarios, they become deeply important and relevant. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariela. I'll give the floor to the next presenter, Jorge Laferla. Jorge will be talking about a number of curatorship activities on media art that he conducted, bringing together pieces by Latin American artists that he has been in charge of, and where a number of old and new technological materialities come into play together, as well as different supports, media, formats, and languages. Jorge Laferla is the head of the University of Buenos Aires. He's a professor at University of Movies. He's an investigator in art and technological media. He is a curator and programmer of multimedia, cine and video, and installation efforts in Latin America and in Europe.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la convocatoria, por este super evento.
Thank you for this invitation. Thank you for this super event. I'd like to thank Diana for inviting me, and I'd like to thank Jasmine for coordinating. I'd like to thank Juliana and all the people that have been working behind the scenes. It is my pleasure to share the panel with my colleague friends. I stated this a while ago. I'll be showing a publication that is very interesting that has to do with UNTREF. This is called Curatorial Studies. Several of those here present are involved here, and this is based on this journal run by Diana. This was done by Diego Jarac and Gabriela Sherey herself. And this, in a way, helped me go over these exhibitions that I curated between 2014 and 2018, and also this was in connection to a presentation that we carried out at ICEA Korea in 2019. So the idea was to think about whether the issues that have to do with these problems, materiality, the new media, the dry media, the living, the humid, and a number of very relevant categories that put artists at stake based on what they will be operating on when they expose or they exhibit, and curators who are the ones that put together this sort of exchange infrastructure or negotiating table with the hosting institution, which in this case was in Argentina, in the space of art by the Oster Foundation. And in the case of the Fine Art Museum of the city of Salta. And in Mexico, this amazing space, the space of art of the Alameda Laboratory of Art. This is long-standing, and it took quite a long time. A number of issues were put together on how to put together an exhibition. These are images that will be part of our discussion. The piece by Andres de Medi. He's been working on this for a couple of years, and specifically so, the scene film is the dry support. I mean, you know, scaffolds. This is typical of the 19th century or early 20th century electromechanical and photochemistry, based on which something happens, something that is absolutely hallucinating. Why is that so? Because it places on the space of the gallery or on the museum a materiality and a device that does no longer exist, not even in the movie theaters themselves. Cinema, that is on its original support, we might refer to Brothers Munier and a history that precedes them, and it precedes Thomas Edison, and then the cinema as such is no digital simulation, a transformation or a step before video, but we are seeing and projecting cinema on the space that the gallery takes up. And then there is a reflection on these means, on what the act of shooting or projecting can mean. And in the last actions taken by Andres, the last few days after the exhibition, I'm talking about what was done lately at the Rolf Gallery and also at the Di Tella University, he intervenes on the material from a place where he kind of damages it, burns it, or intervenes on it. And it's the cinema that undergoes these interventions in its own support. Then the possibility of having worked with José Alejandro Restrepo, a symbol of video art in Latin America. That to me was also a learning stage, a very special one, because it put at stake a number of elements that had to do with these 12 or 14 pieces as such, where there were recordings from the 17th century. On the first piece, it looks a little small, but it became more valuable. These are materials from missions in China. We have videos, a Chinese athlete working out before the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, and where there are different iconographs that engage in a dialogue with these in Boses of San Ignacio de Loyola, and another piece by another Jesuit, Jerónimo Nagal, and showing images to spiritual exercises by Loyola. Today, they continue to be used at the Vatican and in other many places where images imply something connected to faith, seen in order to believe. And this gets connected with TV, digital images that are manipulated in black and white, and then very major pieces where we have embossing light and darkness. This is some new praise of shadows to what can currently be the place where the installation goes back to remote origins, where there is no type of audiovisual technology. And my attention was grasped by this piece, a very big one, projections that became installations. And the installation was in and of itself a piece where space were designed and time were designed as well. And this piece might meme a saint based on performance, a figure, a character who is kind of dressed. He is wearing a mask, and these instances of popular struggle or fight, the famous character El Santo in Mexico, the projection of this video was overlapped to something that happened over time. Small larvae, silk worms that came from Misiones, these worms were cultured for long weeks in the gallery, and on the day of the exhibition, according to heat and humidity calculations, they were supposed to blossom as larvae themselves. And this happened over the exhibition. This combination of video installation, where there was a place where people could look at this and they could potentially set their feet on it, and this got overlapped to living elements that evolved over time, larvae, butterflies, worms, over the exhibition. And this is quite a strange and special confluence. This electronic images and living elements that die over the course of the exhibition, and they finally call my attention or your attention because this is um, created by one of the biggest artists and performers with a long background in Latin America who took a chance here in a bold, important manner. Then we did work in another exhibition. These are video installations by an author of an Argentine origin who has been living in Mexico for a long time, Gerardo Suter, and he comes into a pretty traditional environment of installations as a place of spatial journeys where the viewer finds different screens and there is a confluence of the different images at some point. These are files that are taken from the internet of migrants on the border between Mexico and the United States. And these ephemeral materials that are put there by anonymous people who live dramatic situations, they are recycled, retrofitted, and work is done on them. These are characters that wander about on the tropic, on the jungle, and all of a sudden, as to whether it is the north or south border in Mexico, based on that place, Suter considers this issue that has to do with thinking behind it. He refers to this as neotropics, that is, circumstances of foreign people moving along the borders in Latin America, and which in turn are related to this number of images that are offered on the media, especially YouTube. Finally, the last exhibition that in a way showed or depicted all the things that we are talking about, Circuito Alameda by Gilberto Prado 2018 in the Art Laboratory by Alameda. This is the address of this journal. This is the number 8, where you can see in detail all the specificities. This is a piece that consisted of plants that were chosen in a trip to Mexico to the nursery houses in Xochimilco. We chose them very small. We did calculations to see how much they could grow based on the water irrigation. And this garden that was created in this cloister that dates back to the 1700s is some sort of reading of the park that is out there in Alameda. And based on this, these corn plants that, and orange plants, these are highly connected plants to Mexico, and chili plants as well. They could be moved on to this chapel of the sorrows, and they bring together a composition to this piece that Mariela alluded to before by Grippo. These are connected with fruits. This gave some sort of electrical current. This current is connected to a device connected to the cultural to the popular cultural in Mexico. So you place your hands on these handles and this gives you a shock, an electricity shock. This is used very much in cantinas or in restaurants. If you want to show how brave you are, you would grab your hands on that pole so you are given an electricity shock. This is done here with living elements, and this generates some current, and the idea is for the viewers, for the audience, to be in contact with this based on a shock, an electrical shock. And there were a number of pieces. These are recent pieces such as site-specific pieces, particularly so for the Mexico exhibition in connection to the dialogue in the city and in the history and whatnot, Prado was asked to put together a retrospective view of his entire career concerning one of the Latin American artists with Arthur Notuki, and we could bring together some sort of podium of people who have been working with technology over the last few years with the telephone and the fax and different instances with navigable charts and sensor work and art in connection to biological exhibitions and displays were placed on scene in plus 800 square meters. And this piece was here, Desarte Secho. It is some sort of dinosaur because it is an interactive kind of activity, and thanks to Itaú in Sao Paulo, it was reconstituted, and after 20 years of existence, well, this is one of the most interesting pieces in connection to its existence, algorithm design, and how different elements come to play when they have to do with programmatic thinking. So it is based on this, on all this for artists, that one of the themes that I thought was the most interesting thing to suggest to Diego and Mariela for this journal, how we can go about thinking Latin America from a place where the filmic text, literature, or traditional means, let's talk about sociology, writing essays and whatnot, from contemporary art and from these authors that over time talk about a number of different materialities, a discourse was generated. Not only do we have 30 to 40 years of history behind audiovisual arts in Latin America, including bioart and transgenic art, but we also have a very incisive critical reading of a number of different situations that have to do with politics, with immigration, with economy, and with how art has its own standing. In concluding, I know that there's a lot of material behind this, and I was really into that. The work by Prado that took place after the earthquake that happened in Mexico. I mean, for some time it was closed. So while it was closed, the exhibition and the inauguration, this had its own internal operation. This internal operation, following long months, was opened up to the public. It ended up being an exhibition that was visited by a lot of people, but then this got to an end. We are just left with documentation. And considering this idea with such conflict, where there is a lockdown of all sorts of places of art, how ephemeral a piece can be shown and its materiality in the room, how we can think about it today vis-a-vis the lockdown on spaces of art. And this takes up another place of conflict because never the digital simulation of networks and telecalls will stand in place of that experience, that of having an artist in the museum walking down the piece with its own physique du role and mind. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you so much. And since we are here, I remind those who are interested in the article and would like to read it, it came out on number 8 on the Curatorial Studies Journal. I wrote on the chat box the address so you can get hold of it. The next presentation will be made by Agustina Woodgate. Agustina will be presenting on a project where she's been working on for the last decade. This is called Radio Space Station. This was founded in 2011, and she talks about the radiophonic means as a protagonist of investigation. And at the same time, this has to do with the unaffordable and omnipresence present materiality of voice as the cornerstone to her project. Agustina Woodgate focuses her investigation in public and civic spaces based on a number of situated practices. She's interested in the way that infrastructure, tools, and IT technologies reprogram geography and the experience of people in the daily public life, and on how design and citizens can shape up confluences with them. The projects by Agustina have been commissioned by the Whitney Biennale, the Design Biennale in Istanbul, the Americas Biennales, the KW Institute in Berlin, among others. She lives and works in Amsterdam. We give you the floor.
Gracias. Compartir acá.
Agustina, solo aviso por las dudas que si vas a compartir algo con sonido, cuando compartas
If you're
pantalla,
going to share sound, you will have to write it down on the screen.
acá.
Por
las dudas avisaba.
Enchufé mi micrófono para que me escuchen bien, por lo menos. Bueno, antes que nada quería agradecerles esta
Before we get started, I'd like to thank you for this invitation. It is my honor to be here with all of you. I look up to what you do very much. I was about to make a brief introduction to my general practice, but I don't think it won't make much sense because as Jasmine was mentioning, my research is focused on public and civic spaces through situated practices, and I focus on the logics behind design in the built environment. Many of my projects put forward urban publication forms as a spatial practice. And I try to draw the line of new mappings dissolving political limitations by combining languages, disciplines, by creating pieces based on surplus that is scrap material from capitalism, or places that are so freezing that are rendered themselves invisible. In 2011, I co-founded this radio space station. It is an online, nomadic, multilingual radio station. It is EE.net. It presents marathon transmissions, broadcasts that are almost all happening live. It's 24/7 on mobility and movement. Our transmissions explore on topics of communication, migration, and transportation based on a number of conversations, music that is played. Did I lose it? Conversations, music, and sound. Radio Space Station travels to different places around the world, and in each location, we place our station on a different vehicle. We broadcast while we travel. We put at stake the relation between connectivity and movement. We broadcast a sound environment of the landscape that accompanies us. We have featured broadcasts from various places from around the world and from different cars or vehicles in different languages. This is why I said it is multilingual. Some of these examples, for instance, include Autopiloto, that was a 24-hour broadcasting where we put the radio on an unmanned vehicle going over the Silicon Valley Bay Area. This was broadcasted in Spanish, Vietnamese, and English, the three local languages that are spoken in the area. Whenever we do one of these marathons, well, we have to also coordinate a number of guests because, as I said, everything happens live. So we are some sort of train where we deposit and pick up our guests. So there's a lot of coordinating around in connection to energy and in connection to restroom facilities, traffic. We are sometimes stopped by the police. We have to go over a number of problems and, get over with them. Some of the issues we cannot even predict or anticipate. Another one was on an ambulating barrel. And this happened in Turkish, Spanish, and English. We were stopped by the police 8 times in 24 hours, but we never stopped our efforts. Whatever happened, the landscape becomes one more guest. Forlandia is that was founded by Henry Ford in the Amazon, and this happened in Portuguese, Spanish, and English. And on this case, again, we generated, this broadcasting lasted for more than 24 hours because the locals took the radio. It took 36 hours. And after having started with this radial workshop for 20 days in the community, we ended up giving our devices to them, and the radio works locally with them now. We also broadcasted from a ship by set sailing all the waterways in the south of Florida by different waterways. The ocean, the sea, and the bay in and of itself. Ciclos, it was a 24-hour transmission. I'm sorry to interrupt. I sent a message. We are seeing your image. We are not seeing the video. Oh, that's really too bad because I was featuring images all the while. We didn't get to see that. How about now? I'll go over them very quickly. Just so you see the photos. These are photos of Fortlandia. This is in Istanbul. This was in the Silicon Valley. I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I realized that you had no clue what was happening. This is in Fortlandia. And these are the Miami waterways on a ship. And this is some sort of collective cycle. In a future, a 7-mile linear park. We went over it for a 24-hour period. Of course, well, the complexity has to do with taking our own power, being autonomous, internet-wise and connectivity-wise. And of course, a number of issues happen along the broadcasting, and this is part of our effort. And this is the last one on this money transportation vehicle on Washington, D.C. And the recent one was called Wireless, and this was in cooperation with Radio Caso in Buenos Aires on August the 27th, together with more than 24 radio stations from around the world. This marathonic broadcasting focusing on the planetary wireless communication, celebrating thus the centennial anniversary of wireless transmission in entertainment that happened in 1920 from the rooftop of a theater in Buenos Aires with smuggled equipment. We included quantic physics, autonomous infrastructure, telepathy, insects, the facilities of colonial radios, and the suspicious 5G pandemics. This broadcasting was done in cooperation with radios from Buenos Aires, Chile, Uruguay, Mexico, Brazil, Wuhan, Shanghai, Pakistan, Amsterdam, London, New York, Palestine, Chypre, Bratislava, Croatia, Nigeria, Ghana, Cuba, Austria, Madrid, Terra Nova, and Antarctica, among other places. For this broadcasting, we developed a system of access on our street of multiple ports where we would give access to different radio stations to be mounted on our server and take control of our stream in the segment under their programming. We had to adjust to a number of different models and broadbands and technological capabilities of connectivity. Some of the radios had to go through WeChat, as is the case of China, or Cuba, Telegram, or WhatsApp, and different other formats. The space of Radio Espacio takes a space and a hybrid place, performance, electroacoustics, and a journey of journalistic investigation. We explore extensive stories over time. Each marathon happens live, and it consists of translingual interviews with local people from various walks of lives. Sound experiments that investigate places and technologies, footage, material, and creative interpretations. Our integration methodology replaces translation, exploring how narratives and semantics give a condition to cultural semantics, bringing a new technique for language learning. Sometimes it so happens that not even we know what is happening in our radio because we don't speak Turkish, Vietnamese, or other languages. We've been invited to several conferences organized by native communities and in communities where these languages are not written and only spoken. We currently are producing for going live in 2022, bringing together several settlings from Inui in the north of Canada. RadioEE.net has served as a platform for the participation of community and the exchange of knowledge for many voices in isolation that are outcasts and unheard. We have organized several radio workshops, and we work in close cooperation with community leaders in order to help establish the stations, the route, and the programming. Our editorial line, as I mentioned before, is movement and mobility, but the local ones are the ones that situate the subject matter and give sense to this in connection to the context where we are. In every broadcasting, we cooperate with land-based stations, and we broadcast from multiple channels at the same time. So there is some sort of pollution or viral radial invasion that is broadcasted 24 hours round the clock in those channels simultaneously. For us, radio is invisible architecture. It is hidden, subjected, manipulated architecture. We excavate histories that are held in structures. We are radial archaeologists. In my study in an Academy of Design in Amsterdam, I investigated these constructions based on a practical investigation. That is where I founded PUB, the first broadcasting station that had 50 years existence without a radio before. Today, PUB has 40 members, and it is inspired in an experimental manner, expanding the limits of aerial communication. My thesis work, The Spectrum of Spectra, was inspired on the current and outdated graph of how this radiomagnetic spectrum is designed, imagining alternative configurations for radio waves. I take that the relevance of the spectrum is not relevant based on what it is, but based on what it allows us to do. It is not adjusted to the current demand of planetary connectivity. The geopolitics doesn't fit to the current ecological status of emergency. I'm interested in the radio as a technology of distributed access. Radiophonic artists migrate to other means. The possibilities of transmission and reception get multiplied. The 21st century society is broadcasting all the time. Whatever is broadcasting and received, whatever is hidden and understood, not only traces back technical and psychoacoustic effects, but also political interests. Radio has always been a self-reflection and social transformation means. Its possibilities and limitations are put to the test on the means itself. Radio reflects on its condition of production, distribution, and communication. It redefines what radiophonic terms are really all about. What about shapes and sounds? And how have these changed the courses of technical development during the last few years? These are things that I'm keenly interested on, criteria so that what has to be kept in store is always subjected to change and in current controversy, but I always wonder whether we can store the radio or put it on record, and what is the knowledge that is generated by these records? What is the new potential that digital changes bring about? I believe that Radio Espacio Estación is a project of civic design, not just because it promotes cooperation among the members of community, but also because it integrates the invisible infrastructure that regulates our digital and sound sphere. The radio electrical spectrum is sometimes obliterated, but it is the means on which all of our communications, wireless communications, pass through. Spectrum allocation and information distribution are essential for the well-being of our society. The relation between communication systems and the transportation flows becomes even more evident when a radio is established, especially in our case, where the radio is nomadic. Thank you.
Jazmín, estás muteada.
Jasmine, you are on mute. So sorry. Thanks, Agustina, for your presentation. And now the fourth speaker is Christian Berger. We welcome him. His field of research covers materiality. From artistic contemporary production, he focuses on the transformation that occurs in art from 1960s to date in connection with transnational perspectives. He's a researcher of his university in Germany. He has a PhD in art and has had several research scholarships with the Getty Research Institute in Los Angeles. He's published books and articles where he has analyzed the work of Degas, Jasper Jones, James McNeill, and many others. He has edited the work Conceptualism and Materialization, published in 2019. So, Christian, the floor is yours.
There's a slight delay here because I still hear the English translation on my headphones. So I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to.
No hay ningún problema.
Okay. So should I start or?
Sí, por favor.
I'm just saying it's interesting because so it's kind of weird when I'm supposed. Hope you can see my screen. Can you see the screen? Okay.
Yes. No.
Sí, perfectamente.
Okay, right. So, or buenas noches in my case here in Germany. To have the opportunity to participate in this conference, and I want to thank production and Juliana and everyone else for the kind introduction. I also want to say I really enjoyed my predecessor's talks, and the material I'll be talking about is slightly, because it's 1960s essentially, two more contemporary practices. So in that way, I hope it links somehow to what you've been presenting. Let's see. So I'll try. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. So I have four short parts. The first one is called The Dematerialization of Art. In 1968, when the critics Lucy Lippard and John Chandler published their famous article, The Dematerialization of Art, used the term that has shaped art ever since. In their text, they assert tendencies, one towards art as idea, the other towards art as action. Them are a move away from materiality because in the first part, I quote, matter is denied, a sensation has been converted into concept. In the second case, matter has been transformed into energy and time motion. And they assert that this trend could lead to a profound dematerialization of art, especially of art as object, and if it continues to prevail, it may result in the objects becoming wholly obsolete. Lepard and Chandler did not deliver a consistent framework or theoretical explanation for what they refer to as the dematerialization of art. The most consistent thread in their argument is the prioritization of idea over object and thinking over making, which has a long tradition in Western metaphysics from ancient Greek philosophy to 17th century rationalism. A similar implicit or explicit idealism can be traced in the early writings of some prominent conceptual artists, especially in North America and in England. But importantly, this does not apply to Anglo-American conceptual art as a whole, and of practices referred to as conceptualism. Not only has virtually not a single artist adopted the term dematerialization for their own practice, I would even say that even those artists active in New York and thus in the same milieu as Lepard and Chandler were, where most of them were actually quite interested in materiality. And time is short, so I will only show one. So part 2, a world of things can be done with this incredible material. Robert Barry was one of the artists participating in Seth Siegelaub's exhibition January 5 to 31, 1969, often referred to as the January Show. At the time, Barry was working with very particular configurations of matter and energy, with radioactive isotopes, with inert gases, radio waves. There might be a connection here to Agostina's talk. And this is an image that you can see in the catalog of the January Show. And here you can see, or in fact you cannot see, his studio being occupied simultaneously by various radio waves of specific frequencies. And Barry was very fascinated by his materials, and he expressed this fascination in a contemporary interview where he said, "A world of things can be done with this incredible material. And it is just letting them do what they are supposed to. You cannot change a carrier or radiation. You know what it is supposed to do and let it do it." Barry's works and statements, as well as similar ones by other artists from his circle, indicate for me that these artists were in fact quite interested in materiality. And moreover, that they were also embracing expanded notions of all involve ascribing a certain degree of agency to the materials they used. And as when Barry says, they're supposed to. And for me, this connects to a certain degree theoretical debates on materials and their potentials, on their agency and their affordances. And it also has a clear political dimension with regard to authorship. I think here's a nice connection earlier. Skip this part, but given what I just said, it's very surprising that prominent art historians such as Alexander Albaro and Benjamin Buchloh have taken Robert Barry as an example for dematerialization, and what I have been saying actually proves more or less the opposite. I want to come straight to, and the title is Getting the Power Structures Out of New York. Having received a lot of criticism immediately after the publication of their dematerialization article, Lucy Lippard insisted on using the term in the title of her landmark anthology, 6 Years, The Dematerialization of the Art 73. In the preface to that volume, she reconfigured dematerialization as a communicative tool and as a catalyst of the decentralization of the art world. In other words, as a way of, I quote, getting the power structure out of New York. In retrospect, she emphasized the importance of a trip to Argentina in 1968 for her own more politicized view. And I quote, "In my own experience, the second branch of access to what became conceptual art was a touring trip to Argentina in 1968. I returned belatedly radicalized by contact with artists there, especially the Rosario group, whose mixture of conceptual and political ideas was a revelation." And here, of course, she refers to the group of artists who were at that moment preparing the exhibition Tucumán Arde, which is why you see the flyer on the slide. The curator, Kynaston McShine, expressed similar hopes in his introductory essay to the exhibition that he organized at MoMA in 1970, and which included a number of artists from Latin America, especially Brazil and Argentina, such as Cildo Meirelles, Marta Minuin, and Helio Oiticica. McShine wrote, so this is a long quote, but I think it's quite a fascinating one. "If you are an artist in Brazil, you know of at least one friend who's being tortured. If you're one in Argentina, you probably have had a neighbor who has been in jail for having long hair or for not being dressed properly. In the United States, you may fear that you will be shot at, either in universities, in your bed, or more formally in Indochina, which is Vietnam. It may seem too inappropriate, if not absurd, to get up in the morning into a room and apply dabs of paint from a little tube to a square of canvas. What can a young artist do that seems relevant and meaningful? With a sense of mobility and change that pervades their time, these artists are interested in ways of rapidly exchanging ideas rather than embalming the idea in an object. Lippard and McShine's more politicized reconfigurations of the notion of dematerialized art resonate with Argentinian art theorist and psychoanalyst Oscar Mazzotta's roughly concurrent introduction of the term dematerialization in Argentina in a lecture and a later essay titled Después del Pop, Nosotros Desmaterializamos. Sorry for my... After pop, we dematerialize. In his text, Mazzotta argued for an anti-visual aesthetic that would speak to the mind instead of the eyes, and ultimately for the transformation of art into a communicative act. Now, I will read the quote in English, but you can read it in Spanish. "The works of communication also define their own area of materiality. The material, immaterial, invisible, with this type are made, is none other than the processes, the results, the facts, and or the phenomena of information set off by the mass information media." The possible connections between Lippard and Mazzotta's respective usages of the term dematerialization have been the subject of some debate, even up to a point where Lippard's integrity has been called into question, such as he pilfered the term from Mazzotta, which what I find much more interesting is that the almost simultaneous occurrence of similar considerations on a transnational level, and even crystallized in the use of the same term, is far more interesting than to debate for the 100th time about priority or influence or all these problematic notions. Mazzotta highlighted the new opportunities of communication that would be afforded by works that take the forms and strategies of the mass media as their model, and finally argued for the dissolution of art into society. His vision was more radical than Lippard's, but not entirely different in its thrust. Fourth and last part, dematerialization is the characteristic of the epoch. Other than Lippard, Masotta also explicitly important prehistory of the notion of dematerialization. His essay begins with an extensive quote from The Future of the Book, a text by Russian artist and designer Lisitsky. It was first published in German in 1927, actually in a journal called Gutenberg Jahrbuch, which was published here in Mainz, in the small city where I'm sitting. An English translation appeared in 1967 in the New Left Review, which is how it became more well known also in South America, actually. And in this text, Lisitsky observes how technology changed communication. For example, that there's less written correspondence and more radio or telephone. And that's why he argues that while materialism was the most important idea of the present moment, and now comes the quote, dematerialization is the characteristic of the epoch. To cite another example from the field of early 20th century abstraction, the notion of dematerialization also features quite prominently in the writings of Wassily Kandinsky, such as here in Point and Line to Plane. I'm not sure whether you can read this, but there's something written in bold next to the text on the right side. That means dematerialisierte Fläche, so this is dematerialized plane. And my last example, even more surprisingly perhaps, it plays an important part in the writings and thought of Italian late 19th century argued for the need to forget the material of sculpture. In 1963, the Museum of Modern Art presented Rosso's work in the largest museum exhibition dedicated to the artist in the United States up to that moment. And this catalog was edited by Margaret Scolari Barr, who described Rosso's experimental methods of sculptural practice as attempts to allow the material of a sculpture to pass unnoticed or to dematerialize tangible forms. And actually, the index to this catalog was compiled by no one other than Lucia Lepard. And you could discuss whether Barr's use of the verb dematerialize is a bit similar to Lepard's very loose term use of the term dematerialization, which is not to say that I think she has it from Rosso. I'd rather say that Lepard and Chandler might have taken it from John Cage, but that's another discussion. To conclude, the transformation from art as idea to art as information or communication is significant. Has referred to as the promise of conceptual art, or in other words, is its historic and ongoing potential. While conceptualism's in many ways inconsistent attempts towards a reconsideration of the object character of art, fundamental transformation of art's commodity status, they did challenge capitalist systems of exchange through their critique of objecthood. More importantly, perhaps, conceptualist practices recalibrated the symbolic value of art according to its communicative potential. They envisioned and developed key strategies that have enabled the establishment of new connections between art and the world at large. And as I've tried to show, materiality has always played a key role in these attempts. And therefore, for me, it have to address the relation of conceptualism and materiality as a matter of art and of politics, and to discuss these issues from a transhistorical as well as transnational perspective, which I did to a very limited degree now, but yeah, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Christian. Muy interesante.
Thank you, Christian. Very interesting presentation as well. So we have a couple minutes. As you know, we have to stick to the agenda. We have received some comments, really no questions. Someone was asking if that magazine Jorge mentioned is available. we said that it is available. In fact, on our website, you can find it, Jorge's article and other articles. And another comment, as of the last presentation by Christian, there was a comment. The concept developed by Mazota, as you mentioned, after pop, we dematerialize. That conference, they comment that the concept of Mazota was developed before Leopard. It's an issue. Who came earlier, right? Those who have worked on the concept in a very interesting way, there's this tension. Who came first, as you were saying? Art historians look for that. Anna Longoni, on a book on Oscar Mazota, analyzes this. It developed almost in parallel, right? Mazota and Lepard, one in Argentina, one in the US. It's how these at different places in a given time, the same ideas echoed throughout. I wrote down a few questions to ask myself, but we only have 5 minutes left. Questions can come in later because we will keep the opportunity for asking questions open. But maybe the members of the panel can comment on the emergence in contemporary art of different materials and materialities that undermine the work of art as a physical, unique, tangible element. And contemporary art is a bit fearful of that, of the packaging, the challenge of the museum, the exhibition devices that Jorge mentioned. And it needs reflection, the market of art and preservation, preserving the technological art. Conservation is an issue, certainly. There's not much research on that, and it's a fertile area where to dig in. We spoke about the radiomagnetic spectrum, biologic bodies, organic materiality, different IT devices, self-generating systems. These are intangible materialities, right? Intangible matter, it's part of this topic of discussion. Art and technology, up to a given extent, Christian incorporated things, other works of art other than technology art. But these are contemporary practices that exploit the idea of materiality. So in that sense, they are not immaterial. It's reflecting on new types of materiality, other classes of materiality. So we need to make an effort to still include heterodoxic materialities in contemporary art. And to wrap up, of course, because I know we're running short of time, I think one element that cut across all presentations today was exactly that. Thank you very much for your presentations. You have given us fruit for thought. So thank you very much on behalf of UNTREF. Thanks for sharing your research and perspectives. It's been very interesting to listen to you. We can continue exchanging questions and ideas later. I want to thank Centro Materia and UNTREF for sponsoring our meeting. and glad to be in contact, though it is only virtually. The next panel, I will remind you, is on materiality in discourse. It will be moderated by Maria Jose Herrera. You're all invited to join us there. Thank you so much and hope to see you soon in person.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bienvenidos a esta segunda
Good
mesa.
afternoon. Welcome to this second panel that deals with materiality on the aesthetic resources of avant-garde. We have Luis Felipe Noé, Rita Edders, and Diana Weschler. We will be discussing on this panel on how materials have impacted on the policies of avant-garde in modern art, in particular in the pieces of a Mexican artist, an Argentinian artist, and a connection between Europe and Argentina. This will be made by Diana Weschler. So let's give the floor to Rita Eder. She resides in Mexico. She has a PhD in history of art. She's a researcher of the Institute of Aesthetic Investigations and has a PhD in history of art, in modern art. She has a lot to tell, so this is as far as I'm going to talk about her. Good afternoon, Rita. Welcome.
Bueno, primero muchas gracias a
First off,
Gabriela
thank
por
you
haberme
so much,
invitado a
Gabriela, for
este
having invited us
interesantísimo
to this
coloquio, a todos
interesting
ustedes por estar
session.
acá
I'd like to share
y
all of you
compartir la
for being
mesa
here
con
and
colegas que conozco
for
desde hace
sharing
mucho
the panel
tiempo, a
with
Diana, por
colleagues that I've
ejemplo,
known
y a
for
Luis
quite a
Felipe
long
Noé,
time. Diana
que
and
no se
Luis
debe
Felipe
acordar,
Noé.
pero lo
He
conocí
might
en
not
un
remember, but I met him
encuentro en México
in a meeting in
que
Mexico
tuvo lugar en el Foro de Arte
that took
Contemporáneo.
place in the
Y
Forum of
fue
Contemporary
muy
Art.
debatido el
And
coloquio y
this
su
was
presencia fue
discussed, and
siempre
his
muy
presence has
estimulante.
always been
Bueno,
very
doy
encouraging.
principio a mi trabajo. Este trabajo ya finalmente le puse por nombre Abstracción y
This
Materialidad.
is called
Y
Abstraction
es sobre
and
Manuel
Materiality,
Felgueres.
and it
Manuel
is
Felgueres,
in
que vivió
connection to
entre
Manuel Felgueres.
1928
He
y
lived
el
between
2020,
1928 and
perteneció a
2020.
una
He
generación.
belonged
A
to a
ver,
generation.
no está funcionando. No sé por qué. Ok. Perteneció a una generación que renovó al mediar el siglo
He
XX el
belonged
arte en
to a
México.
generation in the 20th
Octavio Paz
century
denominó
in
a los
Mexico.
artistas que trabajaron en ese
Octavio
tiempo
Paz
con el
considered the
genérico nombre de
artists
la
who worked
ruptura.
at the time
La idea
with the
central
generic name
era
of rupture.
respaldar a una
The
nueva
key idea
generación
to support
caracterizada por
a
la
new
diversidad de
generation
estilos y
characterized by
tendencias
the
en
adversity of styles and
contraposición al
trends
poderoso
in
muralismo mexicano.
contraposition to the
Muy
powerful
particularmente
Mexican
se
style.
resumía esta oposición en contra del manifiesto de
This
Siqueiros.
had to
No
do
hay
with the
más ruta que
Siqueiros
la nuestra.
manifesto. There
En
is
cierta
no
forma,
other
los
road than
debates de
ours.
aquel tiempo
In a way,
estuvieron
the discussions at
insertados
the
en las
time
políticas
were
culturales de la
amidst
Guerra Fría
cultural
y la
policies of the
ruptura de
Cold
Octavio
War,
Paz fue su
and
contribución
his rupture
ideológica.
was an
Perdón,
ideological
tendría que estar acá
contribution.
todavía. Fue su contribución
Was his
ideológica.
ideological contribution.
Perdón. Fue su contribución ideológica al
His
debate.
contribution.
Sí, te
Can you hear
escucho.
me? Yes, I'm sorry I'm interrupting. You're not sharing the screen at the time.
¿Y qué quieres que haga?
So what do you want me to do? Please do share it. It says share screen down
Tengo
here.
que volver
Please
a
do
hacer
so.
todo. Qué horror.
So I'll have to do it all over again. I'm
general,
sorry about that.
Ya lo he hecho muchas veces.
Well, I've done it a couple of
y ahora
times
no sirvió.
already, and all of a sudden it didn't work out this time.
Pero yo no lo veo.
But I didn't manage through
Ahora
this
sí.
time. I'm sorry. Is it now coming all
No,
right?
pero tiene que estar bien esto.
Okay,
Bueno,
but it should have worked the
¿puedo
first
volver a
time.
empezar?
Can I get started all over again? Of course you can.
Qué barbaridad. No,
That's awful.
no a ver. Ya. Bueno. Entonces,
So
bueno, este es el grupo de artistas
this is
que
the
se
group of
denominó
artists
Octavio Paz La
that were
Ruptura.
called
Él
by
quería
Octavio
respaldarlos
Paz
contra
by
el
the Rapture.
muralismo
He wanted to
mexicano.
support
Estaba
them
muy
against Mexican
separada la
muralism.
situación.
The situation
Y
was
yo
highly
creo
separated,
que el
and
discurso de
I
Octavio
believe
Paz
that
sobre la ruptura
Octavio
fue
Paz
su contribución
discourse on
ideológica al
rupture was
debate.
his ideological contribution to discussion.
A ver. Está muy funcionando esto. A ver. Bueno, ya. No, acá. Algo no está funcionando. Bueno, esperemos que sí. En este proceso, el arte abstracto se presenta como un conjunto de ideas
This
y
is
quehaceres
abstract art. It
complejos
is
que
shown as a
englobaban la
number of
técnica y
ideas
la
that
materialidad.
encompassed the technique and materiality.
Es que no está funcionando para... Ok.
It is not working.
Bueno, con lo que pudimos ver hasta ahorita es
Based
que
on what we've
Felgueres
seen so
practicó
far,
muchas formas de la
Felgueres
abstracción, ¿no?
practiced lots of ways
Ambos
of
le
abstraction.
sugirieron a
They
Felgueres...
both suggested, Felgueres.
No puedo pasar las transparencias, no sé qué está pasando.
Puedes probar con el teclado.
Sí, yo sé eso, pero no quiere funcionar. No sé por qué. No es que no lo haya hecho antes, esta cosa.
Estamos viendo con la gente de técnica si hay alguna forma de indicarte cómo hacerlo, no te preocupes.
Bueno, sí me preocupo porque el tiempo corre. No sé qué pasa.
Rita, con la flecha que tenés de la derecha, la que estabas cliqueando, tenés que cliquear la derecha para que pase la siguiente filmina.
Sí, pero me sale una cosa que dice End Show.
Sí, salí de ahí, toca la pantalla, el centro de la pantalla.
Ok.
Pinchá el centro de la pantalla.
Ahí.
Bien, ahora pinchá la flecha derecha.
Ok.
Esa que tenés ahí, esa.
Bueno. En ese proceso, bueno, ya mostré a un Felgueres que era pintor abstracto, pero este era un hombre muy
An
multifacético
abstract
y hacía
painter.
muchas
He was a
cosas y sobre todo
multifaceted
hacía
man. He
murales y
did
murales
lots of things,
escultóricos.
murals and
Ambos le
sculptoric
sugirieron a
murals.
Felgueres una
They
amplia
both
gama de
suggested
pruebas y
Felgueres a
experimentos
wide array
e
of
impulsaron
tests
su
and
convicción y
experiments.
práctica de la
They
constante
encouraged his
reinvención.
practice and
En su
conviction
libro, un libro que
of
todos ustedes deben
rendition. In
conocer
his
porque
book
saben mucho
on
del tema
surrendering,
de técnicas, Silvia
he
Bordini
knew a lot
destaca la
about
importancia
techniques.
de los
Silvio
procedimientos y
Borghini showed
materiales en
the
las obras de
relevance of
arte
procedures
y
and
la
materials
necesidad de
in pieces of
observar la
art and the need to
realización física
see
de las ideas
the
en pintura y
material
escultura.
realization of ideas
Según
in
Bordini,
sculpture.
las
According
técnicas y
to Bordini,
materiales son un
the
instrumento
techniques and
crítico
materials are a
imprescindible
critical
para
and
acercarse al arte
necessary element
contemporáneo por la gran cantidad de elementos
to
industriales y
consider the
otros que
number
nunca
of
antes
industrial
fueron
elements and some
considerados
that have never
artísticos.
before been considered artistic elements.
Juan García Ponce, en sus trabajos críticos sobre Felgueres,
Ponce, in her critical work on
completará esta
Felgueres,
idea al reforzar
finished
el
this
amplio
idea.
espectro y
He
la libertad
reinforced the
para
broad
trabajar
spectrum and
con
freedom
todo tipo de
to work
elementos por
with all
parte del
sorts of
escultor,
elements
pintor y
on the part
muralista.
of the sculptor,
Ha
painter,
utilizado
and muralist.
sucesivamente y en
He
algunas ocasiones
successively used
simultáneamente
in
chatarra,
occasions
como estamos viendo acá,
simultaneously scrap, as we
conchas de
can see
ostión,
here,
retacería de productos
shelves,
industriales, residuos de
pieces of
materiales de
industrial
construcción,
products,
vidrios,
material
hilos de
waste,
plástico. En
glasses,
cada
plastic
mural,
threads.
estos
In each mural,
materiales
these
conservaban su
materials
naturaleza, sus
conserved
cualidades
their nature,
intrínsecas, pero
their
también iba más
intrinsic
allá de ella,
qualities, but they went
integrándose a un
beyond.
propósito formal
They
que los
integrated to a
obligaba a
practice,
trascender.
to a formal purpose that
Las
forced them to
vanguardias históricas,
transcend.
como bien sabemos,
Historical
modificaron
avant-garde,
varios
as we
siglos de
know,
tradición
modified
académica
several
al
centuries
transformar
of
las
academic
convenciones de
tradition. They
representación y
transformed
desarticular de diversos
representation
modos la
conventions and the
figuración,
representation.
además de introducir en sus obras todo tipo de materiales. Esos procesos cobraron mayor importancia. Bueno, otra vez, Felgueres, estos procesos cobraron mayor importancia después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, al aparecer nuevas sustancias y pigmentos e incorporar materiales pobres y de desecho, como estos valeros, ¿verdad?, de coche. Durante la guerra y la inmediata posguerra, muchos artistas repensaron sus procesos como transmisores de la mancha de pintura. Uno de los elementos principales de la pintura moderna y una nueva modalidad del arte abstracto. La idea de estilo empezó a modificarse, lo mismo que los límites de la forma, para dar paso a una gestualidad apoyada en nuevas técnicas pictóricas y materiales. Felgueres creció como artista en París hacia mediados del siglo XX. Este paso por París en la historiografía hecha en México, se comenta, pero quizás no se ha entendido del todo, al revés que la Argentina, que sí se le ha dado mucha importancia al paso por París, la importancia que tuvo para la generación posescuela mexicana. Felgueres llegaría en 1947 a un adolescente a Europa y ahí se decidiría a ser artista y regresaría un año después, en el 48, a la Ganchaumière, una academia de artes ubicada en el barrio de Montparnasse, el centro de los círculos artísticos del París vanguardista. Según sus propias palabras, ese era entonces el lugar más cosmopolita para un artista. A su llegada a Montparnasse, el barrio estaba empobrecido como toda la ciudad, los edificios dañados y no había mucha comida ni carbón. La Ganchaumière no era una academia convencional, fundada a principios del siglo XX, invitaba a los artistas a trabajar de una manera más abierta y personal. Ahí conoció a Osip Zadkin. Estas dos obras, una se llama La destrucción de la ciudad, se encuentra en Rotterdam, desde 1953, y esta es una obra en bronce que se llama El Gran Orfeo. Felgueres siempre se declaró cercano a este artista que formaba parte del círculo de la vanguardia parisina. Según sus propios y divertidos relatos, el azar y la suerte le permitieron entrar al taller del escultor ruso solo a los 20 años. Llegué a Zadkin, solía decir Felgueres, con ideas nacionalistas, y él me abrió el mundo del arte contemporáneo. Tuvo aquí experiencias que recordará siempre, como entrar al taller de Brancusi, relacionarse con Braque, Alicia Peñalba, Fernando de Cislo, Pierre Soulages, y estar en contacto con todo el entorno artístico de posguerra que se reaglutinaba. Conocerlo le permitió formarse como escultor y aprender cómo se construye una escultura. La forma es importante, pero la realización exige procesos muy complicados. La primera estancia de Felgueres en París estuvo rodeada de una Francia golpeada en su antigua condición de la capital más importante para el arte y la cultura. Fue una época confusa por la retórica de la Guerra Fría que dividía el mundo artístico, algo que Felgueres volvería a vivir a su regreso en México. En ello intervino la lucha del Partido Comunista Francés y tuvo el apoyo de intelectuales y artistas como Tristan Tzara, Louis Aragon, Paul Eluard y muchos más. El realismo socialista no fue exitoso y después de un realismo blando, accesible a las masas, el arte francés fue por la vía de lo abstracto y una fascinación por la fuerza del individuo. En ese proceso intervinieron los discursos de críticos e historiadores del arte, como Gaston Diel, quien en la Francia ocupada articuló los debates sobre la abstracción. Felgueres hizo su propia absorción de estas ideas que tendrán efecto a más largo plazo en su pensamiento artístico, y esta situación influyó en su regreso a París, y allí estuvo entre 1954 y 1959. La posguerra fue el escenario donde se modificó en forma radical la noción de arte abstracto, tanto en París como en Nueva York, una historia bastante conocida que Serge Guilbeault, en su libro How New York Stole the Show of Modern Art, relata muy bien. Los Estados Unidos querían desbancar la centralidad de la capital francesa con una abstracción que sus principales críticos, como Clement Greenberg, veían como más audaz y potente que la europea. Es posible que eso convenciera a Felgueres muchos años más tarde de radicar por temporadas en Nueva York. Sin embargo, para varios artistas latinoamericanos, la atracción por París continuó latente. La ciudad seguía siendo en sus ojos la meca del arte, el lugar donde se teorizaba en los años 40 y 50 la abstracción en sus distintas modalidades, lo lírico, lo orgánico y lo geométrico. Para los artistas franceses y para sus críticos, particularmente para Díaz, el fundador del Salón de Mayo, reivindicar el arte abstracto fue una manera de proclamar la libertad frente a la invasión alemana y una respuesta vital a lo que los nazis llamaron arte degenerado. Thiel señala que ya no se hablaba de arte abstracto, sino de abstracción, un concepto diferente a la irrupción de ese movimiento en las vanguardias históricas. La nueva abstracción de posguerra afirma su legitimidad como una expresión visual que atravesaba la historia del arte desde los manuscritos irlandeses, dice Thiel, hasta Picasso. Bueno, esta es la chica con la mandolina, la más abstracta es de 1911 y la más figurativa es la 1910. Así el artista se vería obligado a recurrir a la abstracción para definir e interpretar el tiempo y el espacio e intentar conferirle un equilibrio trascendente. Felgueres abordará la pintura abstracta desde su entrenamiento, y eso lo veremos también, como escultor, en el que intervenían técnicas más audaces por la construcción de estructuras que requerían gran habilidad manual. Pero quizá lo más llamativo y seductor para él sería la idea de un trabajo libre de discursos externos, donde el artista y sus materiales estaban en estrecho contacto. Y él lo definía así: empieza la lucha con el cuadro, poner y corregir, otra vez y volver a empezar. Cada pincelada, cada puesta de materia es una decisión controlada por la subjetividad. Momento de angustia, no sale y de pronto empieza a salir. Un puntito de más, ideas. Esa molesta precisión absoluta tiene que ver con el color y la textura. Ideas que resuenan en el texto, que Juan García Ponce escribiría en 1968. Juan García Ponce es un escritor conocido, muy conocido en México, y el crítico de la generación. Y es ahí donde escribe el papel de la libertad de la plástica. Felgueres ha explorado siempre hacia adentro las infinitas posibilidades de los medios de expresión propios de su oficio. La naturaleza misma de sus materiales es siempre en el inevitable punto de partida para dar paso a la voluntad del artista de transformar el poder de sugestión de los materiales en un orden armónico a través del cual ellos cobran nueva vida y se convierten en expresión del libre y estricto ejercicio de la imaginación del creador. Es cierto que García Ponce fue el crítico más articulado de este grupo de pintores, pero Felgueres se expresaba de una forma directa sobre la práctica de la abstracción. El arte abstracto, dirá, inventa y sujeta al espíritu. Pongo un color que traigo en la cabeza y lo tengo que transformar en materia. No me salió hasta que me salió. Pongo rojo y luego pongo el verde y se ve horrible. Uno busca algo bello, uno es el juez y juzgas con tu sentimiento. Perdón, siempre me fascinaron, hablaba con él de vez en cuando, sus historias de caminante. De Oaxaca a Puerto Escondido, claro, no sabrán dónde es, pero es una playa en el Pacífico que reclama atravesar una sierra intrincada, y también decía que había caminado en ese viaje del 47 y también en el 48 de Frankfurt a Roma, y a veces caminó de Innsbruck a Roma. En esas largas travesías a pie encontraba ideas y pensaba en la posibilidad de nuevos materiales para su trabajo. En la entrevista a raíz de su última exposición en el 2019, el artista explicó que la idea de utilizar chatarra y material de desecho industrial provino de ese viaje de posguerra donde se tropezaba en los caminos con restos de cañones y tanques, formas mecánicas medio aplastadas y abandonadas ante el pánico y la derrota. Esos materiales de desecho distinguen su obra de gran tamaño, Mural de Hierro, inaugurado en enero de 1961 en el Cine Diana. Cuando se habla de artistas y la posguerra en México, Matías Geritz es el artista más mencionado por su biografía, su formación, su trabajo y el haber atravesado la guerra en circunstancias conflictivas. También Siqueiros, desde otra perspectiva, dedicó mucho de su trabajo al tema de las explosiones y las circunstancias de la Guerra Civil Española, las dos guerras mundiales y Soleres. En cierto sentido, Felgueres encontró coincidencias con Siqueiros, ya que no era amigo de pensar a su generación bajo la definición de arquitectura. Al igual que sus compañeros, no creía que se trataba de enterrar al muralismo mexicano, sino de abrirse a otros estímulos, porque los tiempos habían cambiado. Fui amigo de Siqueiros, sí hubo polémica, pero con respeto. Felgueres, al igual que Siqueiros y los abstractos de su tiempo, estaban fascinados con el accidente. Mis cuadros, solía decir, están hechos de accidentes y cuarteaduras que siguen sus propias leyes naturales. Les busco un orden y se establecen las relaciones matemáticas, a lo que se puede decir también de Jackson Pollock. El combate ideológico de la Guerra Fría alcanzó el quehacer de los artistas y los críticos en México durante los años 40 y 50, entre ellos notablemente a Felgueres, no solo desde un punto de vista ideológico, sino en la renovación del arte, en parte relacionada con las experiencias vividas en Europa.
They lived in Europe.
Una de las ideas centrales del mural de hierro, que por cierto tengo que decir fue restaurada completamente en el 2014. Este mural estaba en el cine, en un cine, estaba totalmente ya oculto, y el Museo Universitario de Arte Contemporáneo lo rescató en su integridad. Pues su idea central fue reconsiderar la idea de la escultura y la pintura no como géneros separados, sino como géneros que podían convivir. Esto era coherente con los trabajos del artista, quien había abrazado ambos oficios, los cuales marcaron su manera de hacer pintura u objetos, caracterizados por su capacidad de experimentación con una gran diversidad de ideas y materiales. El muro pintado con delicadeza servía de soporte de piezas posibles de encontrar en un taller mecánico y otros materiales industriales. Me encantaban los péndulos y las palancas, me gustaba el metal, solía decir. El mural no tenía ningún mensaje didáctico, no era realista, ni pertenecía, como hemos dicho, a un edificio público y tenía un gran tamaño, 30 metros por 4. Según Felgueres, fue una irreverencia. Esto fue en enero de 1961 que se hizo sentir y generó gran polémica. La novedad también consistió en que Mural de Hierro no era exactamente un mural, sino un nuevo género que se denominó ensamblado, algo que Jean Dubuffet ya había comenzado a realizar en sus pinturas, a los que agregaba una diversidad de elementos y técnicas, dándoles el nombre de assemblage. Ese título tuvo eco, bueno, el assemblage es una delicia para los que estudian la materialidad,
wonderful for those who study materiality because it consists of quite an array of impressive materials. Sometimes it's amazing to see that this is part of a piece of art. This title had an echo a few years later in an exhibition that took place after Felgueres, and I'm talking about the exhibition in the New York Museum of Modern Art with the cooperation of European and North American artists, including
Rauschenberg.
This is a complicated piece. It has this embalsamated bird and a multiplicity of other materials right there, and César.
Bueno, este es un ensamblado que hice yo, pero son varias obras que tienen que ver con los coches
that had to do
aplastados que
with
él
crashed cars
exhibió uno de
that
estos
he
en esa
exhibited.
exposición.
He himself
Y son
exhibited one of these
materiales
in
que no
one of
son
his
considerados
exhibitions. These
artísticos
are
en
materials that are not per se considered
es obvio.
artistic
En ese
materials, but
sentido,
that's quite
el artista
obvious. Along
zacatecano
those
Felgueres
lines,
se
the
había adelantado a
Zacatecano
esa forma
artist
de
Felgueres had
neovanguardia
anticipated to
o al
this
mismo o al
neo-avant-garde
menos
form,
estaba en
or at
sintonía
least so
con
he
los
was
nuevos
in
tiempos.
sync with the new times ahead.
A inicios de los años 60,
Early
Pierre
in the
Restany fundó en Francia el
1960s,
movimiento Nuevo
in
Realismo y
France,
escribió un
Pierre
manifiesto
Restany
basado en la
founded the
idea de
New
otra
Realism.
percepción
He
sobre la
issued a
realidad.
manifesto based
Este
on
fue
a new
también
perception of
una reacción
reality,
al auge de la
this was
pintura
also a
abstracta,
reaction to the
pero no por
zenith of
ello
abstract
un retorno a
painting,
la
but it
figuración.
wasn't a
Al igual
return
que el
to
arte pop,
figuration.
este
Just like pop
movimiento
art,
intentaba una
this
crítica al
movement
capitalismo y
attempted
a
to
la sociedad de
criticize
consumo,
capitalism
pero
and the
en vez de
consumption
exaltar el
society,
brillo de esta
but rather
sociedad,
than
trabajó desde una
exalting
postura crítica como fueron los
this
automóviles
society's
aglomerados de César.
glitter, it
El
showed
grupo heterogéneo formado
the
alrededor de
heterogeneous
Restany
group
dejará
that
atrás la
was
piedra y la madera
formed
y
around him
trabajará sus obras con
would leave
materiales como
wood and
chapa y
stone
cemento,
behind, would
usando
only
todo
work
tipo de
on
objetos cotidianos
cement
como los
and using daily
colchones, los
objects such as
monopatines o las
mattresses
llantas.
or
Bueno, como todos
tires.
ustedes saben,
As
Marta
you all
Minujín
know,
fue
Marta
una
Minujín
parte de este
was
movimiento de
part
nuevo
of
realismo con
this
sus
movement,
colchones.
this new realism with the mattresses.
Redondeando, ya estamos en tiempo.
Bueno, pues voy al final
Well, I'll
entonces.
jump ahead
Tenía
into
muchas
the
otras cosas
end.
que
I have
decir,
lots of other things
pero
to
es
say,
cierto, ya es
but it is
tarde.
true, we are running late.
Bueno, nada más una cosa más. Esta es una de sus últimas obras donde
This is one of
desconstruye
his latest work.
un Volkswagen
He
y,
unbuilt a Volkswagen
y trata
Beetle.
de
He
regresar a la idea
deconstructed
del
it,
Volkswagen como un beetle, como un gusano, y trabajó
like
con el metal hasta
trying to
bien
bring
tarde
it
en
back
su
to the idea of a
vida.
beetle. Does it
Entonces me
really look
falta
like a beetle?
voy a redondear, me faltan 3 minutos. Es momento de regresar al tema
So
Siqueiros
I need
Felgueres.
to wrap up. I only have 3 minutes left.
Algo ya dije sobre Octavio Paz y la
I
ruptura en
already
referencia a
talked
esa
about
decisión
Osvaldo
considerada
Paz
radical entre la
and
joven
the
generación de
radical
artistas de los
excision
años
of the
50 y el
young
momento
generation
mexicano.
of the
Dijimos
Mexican
que el mayor
artists of
villano
the 50s.
había
The
sido
greatest
Siqueiros,
villain of all of them
pero en
was
realidad
Siqueiros,
entre él y Felgueres había
but
una cierta
him
relación.
and Felgueires
Cuando
had
Siqueiros
a
empezó su proyecto
relationship.
Poliforum con el tema La Marcha
When
de la Humanidad,
Siqueiros
es posible
started
que le haya
with the
interesado el mural
theme
de
of
hierro
La Marcha de la Humanidad,
como propuesta de unir la pintura con la escultura.
he was joining
Siqueiros ya había hecho
sculpture
una
with painting.
esculto-pintura, pero aquí lo
Siqueiros
interesante
had already worked on that,
es la
but
barda que está afuera.
the
Y la barda que
fence
está
on the
afuera, que
outside
está
is
hecha toda de
interesting.
materiales de
This
desecho,
fence made up
tiene mucho que ver
entirely
con
of
el trabajo que
waste
Felgueres hizo
material
ya en 1961.
is related to work in
El
61,
Poliforum es
the
una obra que
Polyforum.
vino después.
That's a work of art that
Esto
came
prueba una vez
later.
más que el
But
análisis y
once again,
atención
this
sobre la
proves
materialidad
that
permite
analysis
deducciones de
on
fundamental
materiality
importancia
allows
para el significado de las obras. Es
to
decir,
provide
creo que
meaning to the work.
ver,
That is, I
digamos, a
believe,
fondo cómo están
if we look
constituidas
in
las obras
depth
desde
how
su
these works
materialidad,
are made,
permite
their
cambiar ciertos
materiality, if
conceptos
you
de la historia
analyze
del
that,
arte.
it changes
Y
the
como se ha dicho
perspective
muchas
from the
veces,
history
solo
of
se
art.
necesita una mirada desde
You
afuera,
only
como la
need to
mirada
look
lúcida
from
de Carlo Ginzburg,
outside,
quien hace
like
20 o
the
30
Carlo
años ya
Ginzburg's
afirmó
look
que una de
20,
las
30
cosas más
years ago.
importantes que pueden hacer
One of
los
the most
historiadores del arte
important things
es
that
conocer bien
art
cómo
historians
se
can do
hace una
is
obra
to
y
know
cómo es el
well
proceso
how the
creativo.
work
Muchas gracias.
came into being and how the creative process occurred. Thank you, Rita. And now I will give the floor to Diana Weschler. She is a CONICET researcher. She directs an institute, Directo Grifa, and is a professor at UNTREF Diana will talk about coming back to the skills and the guilds. Rita, would you stop sharing so I can start my sharing?
Ya voy, ya voy.
I'm on it. Thank you. It's certainly
No, lo que hace falta es
uncomfortable.
ensayar, lo pudimos haber hecho.
Rehearsal. With time, we'll get better. I'm sharing screen, right? Yes. So as Maria Jose was saying, I will take you further back. With my presentation, we think of the material aspect of several works that I worked with for long. It's going back to an old love, works of the period in between wars. I imagine that you may wonder why we talk about going back to skills in a meeting such as this one, where we're talking about avant-garde. But remember that in the visual arts, Apollinaire introduced this topic. Here we have Picasso and the Quiricos portraits of Guillaume. Cubism and what we know about the historic vanguard. Historic avant-garde, the term was coined much later. Going back to the 1910s as the emergence of Apollinaire, others come in. New art, modern art, it all links to art in time, understanding that someone needs new conceptual elements, new text, a critique to its new form of expression. Concepts in this regard, in previous work that I've read texts from Deleuze Courrier, from Maurice Renaud, were published in the early 20s. I was interested in this text because they early dealt with building the narrative of modern art, separating it from Impressionism. So, from Impressionism to Cubism. These essays were translated to several languages, especially into Spanish, and published in Latin America thoroughly. These texts consolidate the concept of modern art, and avant-garde at that time becomes démodé. So, but still the dynamic is in place, understanding new artistic processes, the tension with the past, and rebuilding visual tradition. The critiques in the 30s understood this, and for that reason, the use of avant-garde is not common except for the 2 decades of last century. We need to wait for the late 50s and 60s to see the avant-garde concept used. It becomes breaking, reaction, action, and we lose sight of continuity, the rights and processes to exchange and the tensions in the cultural representations of the first half of the century. Because of this and because of the stress of how each groups and movements are become present from the artistic perspective on, we place this in the field of modern art and not anywhere else. As the manifestations, with or without them, artists play what Marshall Bergman describes as the feature of modernity, the clash between the past and the present, The break needs to preserve part of the past to be futurists, surrealists, preserve somehow the trade, the skill. It's a battle still at play. With terms of trades, if we think of painting, not collage, and that's a part, Rita showed a few examples on it of a later period, but in the cases that I'll propose, from the decades of 20 and 30, exchanges in between Europe and America, I will focus on works produced in realism and surrealism, two terms that in the 20s and 30s try to reconceptualize the way of representing the real, what is shown as a second reality by Carlos Carrà. I'm quoting from 1919. In 1928, Joshua de Chirico publishes his work, his famous treatise on painting technique, and he calls on coming back to trade. In that text, in his treatise, he chooses to talk about modern art and describe in detail the technique of painting, to teach what I know and what I have learned from my personal experience. It's not just the workshop, but the curiosity that arises when he faces a painting in a museum. He says, what I see, what I understand, and I wonder how they painted that. But we should ask ourselves, what motivates a modern artist? It's just not expressing his experience while picking up on the tradition. In the treatise, he mentions the needs to understand the technique, the practices, how we can portray elements of the world and encourage experimentation. One of the features of the first decades of the 20th century has been to reformulate genealogy. New selections were to prove contemporary practice. It's going back to some of the artists with their texts and works to give guidance to new things built. Keeping an eye on that treatise as a triggering of new ways of approaching paintings in the period in between world wars, let's consider the exchange between Europe and the Americas. These are artists that, as I said earlier, I worked with early on in my career. It's always been thrilling to see they preserved, there's a high degree of preservation on them. They were pretty conservative. The materiality, the techniques applied in that sense, I mean. But if you put your eye on the materiality, there are many things that confirm this. So, a first review of my selection of paintings look how well they describe the support. There's detail in all of them of the materials they are built with. We have here oil on canvas, different types of paintings, oil on cloth, different materials. It's not always oil on canvas, but different materials. There's a large number of other materials other than canvas, and in the notes of the artists is well described, and it really caught my attention. On top of that, there are others like the ones I see in Siqueiros' work, esmalte, and others. These are materials that reflect a new tradition. So materials that refer back to workshop work, a more tradesmanship kind of thing. There's also the need to try new industrial materials and an attempt. And that's where you get Siqueiros doing work like this. The technical descriptions of the works calls your attention. It's not just dominating oil, but exploring a broad array of elements on the subject matter. So the treatise I mentioned earlier talks about materials and their expressive capacity and their performance in terms of conservation. So within this trade perspective, we have new materials arising. That's where Siqueiros comes into play with his ability to experiment as a counterpart to searches I mentioned earlier. In a note from 1919, De Chirico points out, art is a fatal network that catches air as butterflies. It fleets innocence and naivety of men. The unrestful, complicated status of art is not just coincidence. It's, on the contrary, the fatal status of human spirit. A time like ours in Europe bears the burden of civilizations and the maturity of spiritual periods. So it is inevitable to have art that resembles inequity. The art is polymorph in so many aspects, even the spiritual one. Years later, in 1923, he publishes on materials a text called Pro Technica Ratio, where he states, understanding a work of art refers to its technical material and materials as well. So he shows a recipe to prepare materials in modern times and in the tradition of oils, picking up on Giorgio Vasari's writings, and even Michelangelo. And in spite of all that, building new genealogies, Giorgio de Chirico, when he talks about Leonardo and his technical inventions, he needs to set aside from that figure in his genealogy and make a breakpoint there, a stop, so as to build a new tradition. And he considers only the first Renaissance, as he called them, and he clarifies that when picking on the recipes of the masters, you're not just giving them a new birth. It's about finding a meeting place with new materials. In visual terms and philosophical terms, it's a rebirth. These aspects are further developed in his treatise of 1928. We can go back to it by a Roman publication, an editing publishing house from Rome. References in that text are because he wanted to give new power and strength to the trade of art. Because of that, Mussolini threw him out of the country and removed his citizenship papers. he had to travel abroad, and then he started describing realism of the new world with different shades, even socialist realism. All this is part of what we can describe as the dispute for the real. Franz Rowe summarizes it as the oscillation from sleep to reality. So it is worth questioning how, in a conflictive manner, we have coexistence of all this, considering that realism, metaphysics, surrealism are in the same field to dispute, to express new feelings about reality. Franz Rohe wants to build a new discourse of his time, and so he publishes this paper. This was published in Latin America under a translation. He attempts to organize plastic reality of his time, and he makes what we can define like the polar extremes, expressionism and post-expressionism, he says, the two ends of a continuum. And he talks about surfaces and treatment of materials, and he describes this as post-expressionism, layers of color, substances, and surfaces like polished metal. The material feature is considered by not only artists, but critics as well and professors of art. I'm also interested and in two fragments from this text written by Spilimbergo, found in their files, and these papers were pinned on one of his boards. Interesting to show how all these voices and texts were shared thoroughly in that version that played the images I showed earlier. One was published in Italian, in French, so it would be further disseminated outside Italy. In Spilimbergo papers, we find two statements, one from Apollinaire and one from Vasconcelos, that coexisted in his workshop. So, looking at materials is linked to the symbolic value and material value of the painting that depends on its capacity to reflect a second reality, something to interpret society in the field of art, building a market. So art becomes valued not only by its material cost, but also about its capacity to represent reality. I will describe now a couple of points on materiality of some of the artists I mentioned. We have here a picture of Siqueiros and Spilimbergo in front of plastic exercise work. They are here at work. It took them 3 months to build this work of art. In November, they finished. This is the preliminary stage of their production. It's a painting, an ideologic painting, a mural, and the Crítica newspaper highlights the work they do of experimenting and development, a group of Argentine artists led by Spilimbergo in cooperation with Siqueiros and Antonio Berni and Castanino also support this in the basement of a farmhouse. Plastic exercise, it is called. and it's signed jointly by a team. This picture is is a historic record. The picture was taken by Anne-Marie Hein at the time. Siqueiros' imprompt and features is right there. The concerns of his group are expressed. The room, the place that, the function that that art plays in society is key here. So this work of art reinvents muralism. It becomes real in a political space that was not promoting art, in the contrary to compared to Mexico, where these scenes would not have been able to be portrayed. Innumerable texts reflect on Siqueiros' experience, industrial paintings, they call it. But this project in Buenos Aires in 1933 is key because they pick up on the painting of fresh. This is a technique that they welcome, and the materials are applied differently with electric compressors. So the surface of the walls has a visual experience. You have transparencies, diffusions, and only 3 months they were able to complete the work. Beyond that, the chemical work and analysis on the materiality, I want to point out that the notes on Spilimbergo's file offered from the beginning a formula on what the elements used in the work were used. The chemical tests confirmed it. This detail, this is one of the huge figures, another picture of Henrich, and the technique description in the files of Spilimbergo. So we propose to see the forms, how material concerns meet with the need of expression of artists. This work of art continued to have a great influence in Spilimbergo and Burney, two real murals like works that we see here, demonstrations, the unoccupied, farm workers. These are like portable murals, large paintings on canvas, all with oil. Just to make it simple, I guess. Amongst Bernie's writings, we find notes to prepare for a speech he gave on murals. He says, a mural is anything that is large, huge, decorative. Doesn't matter what kind of painting you use, it's decorative. It is in an architectural place. So mural is something enormous, huge. So being huge is one of the key features of a mural. The experience enabled Bernie and Spilimbergo in their murals prepared for the Argentine Pavilion in the 1937 Paris International exhibition, and for New York in 39, they developed a technical thought that enables murals in conditions that are not really proper to it. It's a temporary mural, what they made. Another comment about materials found in files. Industrial production paintings are studied. Siqueiros studied many types of paintings and coatings and protections in Mexico, for example, and then finding the right textures. Industrial industrially sourced paintings, assess them all to find the best quality. So on Bernie's notes, you find color tests, drawings, and their scoring, his scoring on paintings. In this edition, we have materials and for art. So the support media is also an element to concern. The use of cloth that Bernie used quite often is one of the options available in art shops for artists. In Spillingberger notes, you have many comments on that. He writes on his expenses, the cost of each material, and he has notes such as one in 1920, where he says, buy cloth. Ask Gili, an artist, a friend of his from his academy and group, tell me what color of white he uses to prepare painting. So the cloth is a proper element. They chose it because it is cheaper than any other types of materials. It provides texture and support, and that in the 30s was an advantage. However, the material conditions, paintings, works of art that used this this support means, have more difficulties to be conserved. It's usually not the cloth, the best appropriate. The most appropriate means material to paint on. Here they used the cloth that came from of a market where they were selling crops. So it was used cloth. It wasn't even new cloth. So it had to be completely rebuilt.
Some signs of going back to the trade. This is part of the modern artist's concerns, both considering their expressive modalities and explorations. They configured these disputes on what is real, and in turn, those that have continuity in explorations that would, in a way, show if this conversation would continue in Bernie's quests by late 50s and 60s, by including other materials where he continues to work with some of the materials of the 1920s, but this adds up to these scrap materials and other elements as the ones that Rita showed as Felgueres and Felipe Noé. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Diana, por tu intervención. Y vamos a dejar entonces hablar
Thank you, Diana, for your intervention.
Felipe Noé, que es artista argentino.
He's an Argentinian artist. He's a theoretician and a teacher. He founded between 1961 and 1965 the group Other Foundation. He was part of Gutler's painting art study where he started his career. His resume is too extensive, so we would rather have him talk. And he will discuss about his work Entrevero in 2017, that is featured at the Fine Art Museum.
Bienvenido. Muchas gracias por estar en este encuentro.
Gracias. Bueno, es cierto, yo quiero hacer...
It's true. I'd like to give an overview, a very brief one, on my journey in connection to materials, but I'd like to concentrate on the search basically in my connection with the installations. And this is why Maria Jose just said that I would talk about Entreveros, which is the piece that I'm featuring right now. And it is quite complicated. In my exhibition in the Fine Art Museum in 2017. This was called A Prospective View. The curator was Cecilia Ivantevich, who is sitting right next to me. I asked her to spend time with me for this because, I mean, when I come down and talk about this piece, she will also talk about a few secrets she knows about, and she can better describe them, better than myself. Because I have a memory issues. I'm 87 already. Please remember that. So I'll get started by saying my relation with materials from the year 1960 on. This is my first exhibition was in October 1959, and my more remarkable pieces, some people relate me already with the 1960s. Well, this is relating myself to the point of departure, but this is something in the history of art to label people to movements just because of the time we have. And evidently, of course, I belonged to those. Not only did I belong to that generation, but I got started in Argentina. We never called them the new figurative movement or another figurative movement. We gave it another name because we actually didn't like the label. If it is new figurative movement, the new figurative movement was Picasso in any case. Our movement was an experience of vitalism and avant-garde at the time with materials, informal materials at that time. But I just don't want to be left on that because that is actually vital. Who is the protagonist of that vitality? But men and women. So in the 1960s, I had an exhibition and based on the materials that we were having, and I highlighted or rescued what came about as a result. For instance, this that is called the idiot, the face of which was made with a mixture of paintings, enamels that got all crumbled up, and that over time they deformed and they had to be restored from within. And I did it myself. And this is just one example. Then the federal series came along in 1961, such as Convocatoria Barbarie, or another piece that belongs to the same time, that is Invitation to Hell, Invitación al Infierno. This is a piece, a picture that lived a long time ago because I took it to France and I left it on my first trip in 1964 to get back to it later in 76, not to redo it because it had been already done, but it was rolled up. And as the material was kind of sticky, it stuck on top of itself, but I could save it perfectly well, especially the blue part of it, because it had less material. The other ones had more problems in connection to them. But many people, when they talk about material problems, my own material problems, they refer to the 1960s, And in the 1960s, I had two very clear stages, 1960 or 1961 and 62 and 65. I believed I was very interested in chaos, but I thought that informality, that it brought the true chaos that I felt, tensions, oppositions, and ruptures. So I wanted to consider this problem, this of rupture, visual rupture, and I would talk about this divided image or broken down division. And I remember one night, all of a sudden, I woke up to pick up two frames that were upside down. And I extended the big head that I had drawn on top with a shape, with some sort of paper shape that I had done on another occasion. I had used it for the decoration of a party or of a celebration. I cut it down, and what came about was Mambo. That was what came about as a name. This was kind of the frame the other way around. Why did I assign it this name? I mean, a while later, a long time later, actually, in 1985 or 87, I mean, a long time later, I read an article on Mambo by Perez Prado. And then I understood why that was my intuition. It said it was unity on essence. This is what I was interested in. And that was kind of the first step. I said, this is my first step, the step of several elements that get together. And I started finding installations. This was not an installation, it was an object that had to do with the search of it all. This is one of the first few installations. It was called Introducción al Desmadre. The problem with these installations was putting them together and then putting them apart. These were a number of heterogeneous images and elements. I was interested in them because they were crossing with one another. They were regular pieces, pieces of photos, frames, canvases outside of their own frame.
Piezas de madera recortadas.
They were cut wooden pieces and a number of different things. And let's move on to the next one. This, for instance, that was quite a big one. It was called Así es la vida, señorita, such is life, lady. This was put up together by these three different elements. And regretfully so, I destroyed them sometime later. Why was that so? Because they had been carried to New York and I had to go back to Buenos Aires. I had exhibited them at one gallery in January 1966. And after some time, I thought it was very difficult. It was quite cumbersome for me to move them around, and I put them away. I threw them away. Quite jokingly, I said something that I threw it over the Hudson River. That was lingering on people's memory, but that was actually not true, though it was true that I lived nearby Hudson River and that I threw them away, but I didn't throw them away to that river or on that river. At the time, this was the only piece that I managed to save. I still have it in my possession. It's called El Ser Nacional, the national being. The Argentine right wing talked a lot about the national being, and I wondered, what other thing than the national being in our big confusion and in our big chaos could be a national being other than this? And this is the consideration behind this piece. Then I stopped doing all this and I went back to other different research with mirrors, with concave planes, and at some point I stopped it altogether. I left painting for a while. I became absent from it because I thought it had surpassed my own search. And I wrote a book that I didn't publish later on, but I have just published. It's called
el arte entre la tecnología
Art Between Technology and Rebellion. And I had written it between 67 and 72. But already in 72, these were difficult times for us to live in. And I didn't publish it at the time. And I published it later on, just a while ago, because I thought we could manage to better understand the consideration right away. The thing is that I went back out of need to painting, plain painting, I mean, and at the time of flat or plain painting, I painted on acrylics, and I related drawing with vibration and with colors. I was always nostalgic about installations. I lingered on them, and that was how, in 1994, this piece, Instauración Institucional, institutional instauration, it was a point where where politicians were about to reform our constitution in Argentina. And that is why, ironically, so I decided to create this, talking about permanent chaos, our permanent chaos. But these were installations because they had been installed in a space, but there were having some sort of reference to the wall. They always referred to the wall. I'll then talk about this more in detail, but I put it down later on. This dates back to the year 2000, and it is some sort of reflection of my whole history in connection to installations. It's called Reflexiones con y fuera de contexto, reflections with a context and without a context, in the double sense of the term. There were lines full of phrases and thoughts of my own that got crossed with one another, and there were mirrors as well. Some of them belonged to the time, to my old time. I mean, this cannot be seen because it's on the side of this installation. There were mirrors with a concave plane that would cut the image that can be seen on the other end. And this is how, by looking for the details of it, I would like to now talk about the next few things. This would be an initial step. An installation that was actually not one. I mean, these were flat pieces, but they played around, and my participation in the Venice Biennale in 2009, they were present there. The first one that you see there on top is a very large piece. It's 3 meters long and 11 meters wide. And it's a combination of a number of elements. And they have to do with this century. It's combining drawing with painting, surpassing the limit between drawing and painting, and between the abstract and the figurative that was always the subject matter of interest for me. Here I combine a number of elements, and this is done based on stuck papers, papers that are stuck on the canvas. And there are spaces where the canvas is virgin, as you will readily see. What can be shown down here, the other piece that you see below, it is called Nos estamos entendiendo. We are getting to understand each other. These are pieces, each one of them are separate pieces in irregular frames. And again, I worked on them following the same mechanism. They are called, well, they are different. Each of them has its own individuality, but I'm interested in the set of oppositions. This is why it's called We Are Beginning to Understand One Another. The whole set was called a network because, I mean, the network of elements that are intertwined or cross-linked is something that interests me right now as a concept of the current chaos. This is another piece that is called Coherente Oxymoron, the consistent oxymoron. And it's about playing around with opposing elements, but this is in a space, and this is using elements, wooden elements, in a secondary manner. And that is how I start using other elements, as I shall explain later on in a different piece. This photo that I'm showing here is a very strange synthesis of entreveros. This is a very big piece, actually, the original one. The surface is 6.5 meters deep, 6.5 meters wide, and 3.5 meters long. That is the dimension, its dimensions. And it's made of several faces. Each one of them is considered in a different way. The concept entreveros is to mix up and to oppose. That's the concept behind the title. And this is another phase to the piece. These are crossed frames. They are painted in colors, and some of them have figures that are painted on their borders. They have faces and whatnot. But I am interested especially on a number of details. I'm interested in explaining, additionally to these irregular frames, we do have these figures. These are materials. All of these are materials, the central materials that you see. And this is done with a special material that I did not do it myself because we need a technique that I didn't master myself. So Andrea Allen taught me this possibility. She did it with polyester, expanded polyester, And this is a pictorial layer. This is of an acrylic base. I painted it myself on top of it.
Esto es un poco esta cara. Muchas gracias.
This is the face I wanted to show.
Contarles un poco de
No,
tu
esta es otra cara, la cara de los espejos. Acá, en esta otra, acá, atrás, ustedes verán que hay un fuego entre elementos.
You can read this here. This is a very small element, and these are broken mirrors that are reflected on this piece, and they get crossed with one another. Then, by turning the page, by flipping the page, here on this wall, I see several ceramic pieces with my own image. I didn't do it myself, but the ceramic part was done by Natalia Rebabre, another assistant that I have, and she put together the pieces, and then I put them apart and I placed them freely. On the one side, we see this, and on the next side, we get to see something else. The last one is these crossed wooden pieces on a mirror where all of these are reflected. Here you can see the different views and how the whole thing is considered. Why don't you explain it?
Lo que se ve en gris
What you see in gray is the polypropylene in a mirror, and on sectors C and D, he drew a silhouette based on which he could reflect this crossing of wooden pieces and frames that he had been working on and that he showed you on the previous view. The paper is reflective, but the drawing that she showed us was crushed, such as those of the silhouettes of people that have gone missing that you get to see on the streets. This is where you clearly see the acetate and how the piece replicates itself. This piece is in singular. It looks like a small piece, but it actually isn't. Did you want to talk about the meaning behind entreveros? How you mixed the different processes and the different materials in order to show how you could experiment and how you brought that to your piece? I believe that this is one of the more accomplished pieces. I mean, a long, long search. It was a matter of putting things together and putting them apart. That piece was already exhibited 7 times in different museums. And I should say that we put it together, we put it down apart, and that was thanks to the team that surrounds me, especially, I'm especially talking about Cecilia and Natalia Revalde. They've driven the piece and in connection to how it is totally put together, they know about that more than myself. That plane that she showed you was as though I had thought about this piece before. And I should say that I didn't actually do anything about that. I only slowly but gradually started thinking about that. And then I said, let's add this space or that other space, or let's put this or that. And that was how things evolved, as I've always done. Never ever did I start my pieces from sketches. I always managed to get the piece as a result of my process, doing something in a way or other. So when I'm told it might be kind of automated, initially so it might be a valid comment. But the thing is that you always will say, given such an element, because you get to see what you do, I have to do this or that. And this is where, outside from the plane, the same things happen to me. Given this, I would add that. And that is how I did things. And that is how the whole thing was put together. Did you want to ask me anything about that? I'm surely there will be several questions, because what you are showing is quite interesting, especially because you go about this as some sort of summation of a number of conceptual and technical spaces. It's some sort of the culmination with elements that flow into your own piece at some point. I wanted to allude to the following. I just loved to see the process, the way you've shown it. You remember that in France in the 1970s, there was a movement that was in charge of analyzing frame elements, putting frames separated from the canvases on the floor outside from their frames. And you did this pretty many years before. That is, your analysis and your deconstruction of the picture actually took place 15 years before that conceptual art movement. And I saw that installation of painting and drawing in the space, when taken to a conceptualization, as is the frame that you are showing, doesn't show anything but the cut frame of the avant-garde in the 1940s. That is quite interesting. There is some sort of deep memory. This is a rupture of the frame that was established by the concrete artists and the artists of the other different figuration. I didn't say neo-figurative artists, but the other figurative artists honed on this. They took this rebellious nature on the framework, window framework. Does it sound commonsensical? Do you have any intention based on this? Well, you talk about our group and whatnot. I believe that I've always been more focused on my own style. Mateira always followed painting, and this was quite flat or plain.
This quest that I call installations, you know, the word installation did not exist at that time. When I started working, doing this, when I started looking up installations, that was back in the early 60s, but only in late 66 or 67, in a presentation by Flavin, the neon lights. They use the word installation for the first time that I detect. And then the fad of installations started. And my view of an installation wasn't really in sync with that type of installation. It was like ambientation, installation, but one of the things I would have wished to do with mirrors, and I did, an ambientation of mirrors that I set up in Caracas in the Fine Arts Museum. That was in May 68. I found out what was going on in Paris while I was presenting in Caracas. At that time, I lived in the US, and that's when I started writing the book I referred to about that specific time that I still believe. I think installations still relate to that. Everything it exceeds itself. It when going outside of it. That's why I'm so interested in chaos. I'm writing a book on that now, precisely. I had another short book about that earlier, but I'm now trying to make a treatise on what I think what should be understood by chaos. I'm working on it. I know I did not answer your question, but still, well, you did. Thank you. I just close your remarks. You mentioned that there are new materials that have enabled you to assemble and disassemble installations. So you have organized chaos somehow. Your own chaos you have organized. The thing is that some people talk about organizing chaos, but you cannot organize chaos. You can understand a subjective order in chaos. I mean, for yourself, you understand yourself better faced with chaos. That's all we can attempt to. It's not clear, organize chaos. No, you're organizing yourself in the face of chaos. But we shouldn't confuse that with disorder. I don't put order and disorder as things themselves. I think these are stable concepts, and chaos is in constant movement, the undoable, what's always there. Life itself is constantly changing and chaotic and providing different images all the time. So you structure yourself in the face of chaos. So chaos is a structure that builds in within yourself when surrounded with chaos. It's your internal order when surrounded with chaos. That's my interpretation. Beware. I believe in the treatise I'm writing on chaos. I'll try to explain it. I believe that maybe in Renaissance, on inventing perspective, it's a way of standing tall as a response of chaos. So it's not objective scientific data, it's a free interpretation made at a given time. Questioning, you question planes and ruptures. But that's at the core of a rectangle and a plane. And I was interested in coming out of that.
En el plano. Bueno, porque
most of my work has been an attempt towards that. It's an adventure coming out of that. It's difficult because it has to do with doing and undoing. Some artists are lucky enough to be in a large market and their work is purchased. That kind of work, my work is still stored in my workshop. Thank you, Luis. We have to close the session now, but thanks to all the speakers for their wonderful presentations. They've all been very interesting. You have linked modernity, avant-garde, and how each movement works with materials. We appreciate your comments. You have been inspiring. The international exchange of artists, modern artists. Thank you, Rita, very much for participating. Shusho and Cecilia, Diana, of course. And we close the day successfully. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thank you.